Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, October the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen, so I know I'm live for all you guys. Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Pioneer. Okay, guys, so now not a lot happening for me right here. I can just tell, look, there's only two stocks down that are over 10%. That's NUZE and SPRC, and only a handful above 10%. So not a lot of insane action in the pre-market right now. Spirit, though, SPR inked some kind of a deal with Boeing. SPR, you have to read the headline. So it had something to do with Boeing. So SPR on the move here this morning. Big float, 104 million in the float. ARDX, ARDX is still holding its gains. Let's see, it got up to what, 431, pulled back a bit here. I guess they have FDA approval. Company announced the FDA approved this drug, something to do with dialysis also. After initial rejection, yeah, their kidney disease related drug. Okay, so that is ARDX. And we have an obesity drug, VKTX, weight loss drug. I guess that should be more, I guess that's a better term, guys. Okay, weight loss drug, VKTX, rises after phase 1 data for weight loss therapy. Only phase 1. Short, wow, lots of shorts available for me, 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers. So lots of shares are available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. It's only phase 1. You guys, that's the second. I thought you guys were kidding. Okay, so Tesla, you mean Tesla, of course, Pioneer, not whatever you put down. I'm going to put down TSLL just for fun to see what it's doing this morning. Well, I don't know. I know they have earnings this afternoon, don't they? After hours? Or no, wait a minute. Let me get Tesla up. TSLA. Yeah, so they have earnings after hours. Oh, you are talking TLSA. Okay, sorry, excuse me. TLSA, you were talking about that. Excuse me, you are right. So I don't know. I mean, this is a sub $1 stock. No, I was talking, well, actually, Grumpy and Pioneer Pioneer in our YouTube room, we're making a reference to this TLSA and FDA at-home dosing under $1. Interactive Brokers, my brokerage, IBKR. Sorry about that. I made a correction in the stocks to watch. I had it IKBR. Of course, it's IBKR, Interactive Brokers, right at the 200-day moving average. Interesting. 83.31. So it's right at it, just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. Some of these stocks must be very, very low in terms of volume CASA because they're not showing up. The only earnings, I'm not seeing anything in my earnings day column on the way up. Nothing. I don't see 1.25, minus 0.25. I don't see any earnings plays on the way up. Doesn't mean there aren't any. Now, what is my max here? I think it's $200. No, yeah, the price is at least $1. So have a few on the way down. United Airlines, UAL on the way down on earnings. And Morgan Stanley, MS, Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley release. So this is this bank. The other ones were okay. Goldman Sachs was kind of basically flat yesterday, as I recall. But Morgan Stanley, this is a big move, 3% down with 1.2 billion in the float. I did see JBHT. JBHT is released after hours, right? Yeah, so that's why I'm not seeing some of these. The volume is so light right now. 1,900 shares right now. It'll pick up, of course, once the market opens. They did release after hours. So Spirit, wow, through 20 now. So there's their announcement. Announced an agreement with Boeing. Of course, this has been hit hard. Weren't these the guys who supply Boeing, I don't know, parts in question? Isn't that the reason for this thumping? GMAB, guys. I forgot to mention GMAB. 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 And yeah, this is gapping down on. So they don't release until the 7th, but they're sort of pre-releasing some net sales figures. Obviously, the market doesn't like this. Do have some of the brokerages or the analysts, Wainwright putting a $51 price target on them. Reiterates. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Something we can sink our teeth into. Okay, not too many upgrades, so let me get them in. See if there's anything interesting. What I'm looking for is some stock with a price target quite elevated from a current price, or one stock that is being okay. Here's one, a couple though. FBK, a couple of upgrades. FBK, nobody I'm too familiar with though. I'm not too familiar with the OGD group. I know Janney, but we'll take a look at them and just see if there's any action at all for FBK. Sounds like a regional bank. Okay, let's take a look at FBK. I'm sure it's a bank. So no volume whatsoever. So Janney has upgraded them to a $35.50 price target. And I've never heard of these guys, the Hovde Group. Hovde. They've upgraded them also, FBK, but there's no action whatsoever. All right, let's take a look at the downgrades. Actually, not too much action on either. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. So here's one. Let's take a look at Albemarle. Albemarle. See what the price is. and then I'll let you know what the price target is. It's there. So yeah, Bank of America downgraded them from 212 to 161. So it's basically there now. See some gold plays being downgraded. HMY, GFI, AU, all by Morgan Stanley. So gold, some gold plays have been downgraded by Morgan Stanley, HMY, GFI, and AU. We are on the move still, guys, over 20. Another gold play, Sibanye. So some of these gold plays being downgraded. Take a look at Westlake Corporation, WLK. WLK been downgraded by Bank of America, and the price is, yeah, it's already there. Downgraded to 129, so it's already at 122. I said that yesterday regarding the NKTX. So Wainwright has cut their forecast from a 16 to 10 on NKTX, and $15 maintained by Needham, and $13 by Raymond James. So yeah, we've got some pretty good forecasts for for our price targets for NKTX, ranging from $10 to $15. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay, we're in for a negative open to start. Not horribly negative, but definitely negative. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar. Click on the show more, and then click on the sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in green. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. And of course, with what's happening over in the Middle East, that makes sense. Everything else is down. Everything else is down. Actually, healthcare is about 50-50. Healthcare is about 50-50 right now, but everything else is less than 50%. Now, the big one on watch now with Morgan Stanley coming up with, well, a reaction anyway to their earnings, not good. Let's take a look at financials. Look at that. So yesterday, financials actually touched the 200-day moving average, okay? Touched it and then closed down below it, but we're getting closer and closer. Obviously, financials, a huge sector. So I think if it gets over the 200-day moving average, that might breathe a bit of a sigh of relief into the market a little bit. 200-day moving average, of course, a very watched indicator. Meanwhile, SPR continues its march higher here. Big float too. I mean, 104 million. This is a great move. Next high looking left, 2117 looks like. Okay, I'm not gonna go, well, I'll take a look at discretionary, just out of curiosity, XLY discretionary, looking at that sector. Yeah, still above. And of course, energy is still above. So we've got, I think, four of the major sectors above. XLE, the two communications and technology, and XLE. I think, and the rest of them are below the 200-day moving average. Well, obviously, everybody's piling in to SPR right now, guys. SPR on the move here. That's a great move. I mean, with that flow, that is a great move. Yeah, so this looks like what you do, but nothing really, guys. I mean, it's up a little bit. This VKTX is basically flat. Had a pop after hours, got up to 1315, but it's dropped all the way back down to 1076. We said Ally was an earnings play. No volume. Yeah, that's the problem, man. No volume yet for Ally. Earnings play really. So two of my filters has to be up at least or down at least 3% to make it in here, and has to have a volume. I think only 10,000 shares, but you can see that Ally is only down 1% right now. So not making it into my filters or into my top list here. You guys are talking about AstraZeneca, AZN, falls as lung cancer trial data. It disappoints, okay? Wow, what a move on this SPR. Didn't think it would have this sort of a move with that float, but this is a great move. So the next high looking left is 2119, 2119 on the daily chart, almost there. Sort of looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 22, or some resistance around 22 on the daily chart. This is like there's almost nothing else going on, so all traders are just piling into this one. I did see this CNXA, but what got me not that interested in it is that look what it did. Got up to almost $3 and it's pulled all the way back down to 194. Now, this is a very low float, 505,000 in the float. So anything can happen once this opens, once the market opens, I suppose. I was trying to see some news on this one. I couldn't quite see any. Yeah, I can't see any news on this one. CNXA. Sure, there's got to be something, but I just don't see it. Well, maybe 21 hold, SPR. This was another one that I did see also, MYNZ. I just look, it was kind of chopping around a little bit. So cancer stock out of Germany, MYNZ. I also looked left, and to me, anyway, it just looks like there's too much going on for it to keep moving. Okay, Abbott is an earnings play. I think somebody might have mentioned that. I just see that. So Abbott is actually an earnings play also, ABT. This is an earnings play. Has some room to 97.20 or so on the daily chart. Abbott, ABT is an earnings play. It's a beat and guidance was strong. Earnings beat and guidance was strong. So it's all about guidance, guys. You're going to have a great last quarter, but what are you going to do for me in the next quarter? So that's all about the guidance. So there was a big stall at 21 for SPR. Big stall. Okay, so the question is how do I adjust the number of candles on my chart, Matt? You're asking that question, but others might. So if you left click on the chart, just to let the system know that you're in that chart, okay, then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Now, with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you can start scrolling in and out. Okay. And that's how you can get more candles or less candles, just basically zooming in and out. So again, left click on the chart and keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay, you know, understood? Good. Volume is still strong on SPR. Steve in our YouTube room is about MTRX. Let's take a look at MTRX. Okay, all of a sudden a big drop here. Yeah, not very much volume. This is why I'm not seeing some of these. Not very much volume. It's had a nice run, couple of month run from 5 up to 13. So with that volume, it's hard to know if that's true. That little that down arrow, that big red candle there. It's really hard to know if that's true. And I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Some of the TPST, I still have that one thumbnail, not doing anything. The NKTX, not doing anything. ACXP, I haven't seen that one for a while. ACXP. Yeah, so Actually, I guess we did see it yesterday. I forgot about that one yesterday. So yeah, I mean, if it gets over 610 and it's got, the next high is 883, probably no news on this one. Not from, can't remember what the news was back here and then up here. So I'll set an alert. I'll set an alert for 610, just see if it takes out that high of a couple of days ago. 3 days ago. Volume has to pick up, of course. Yes. Alcoa. I think I just like saying Alcoa. Alcoa is, I don't know, it's so rolls off the tongue, Alcoa. If you didn't know what Alcoa meant, you could probably name your kid Alcoa. Be kind of a cool name. Good morning, Chad, with a one exclamation mark. Watching Roku reel. Okay, let's take a look at Roku. Sitting on the 200-day moving average. Yeah, you know what's funny, real? Remember well, it seems like years ago, we always used to look for these ones that are broken down through the 200-day or above it. I haven't really seen, I mean, intraday, I'm not very aware, but I haven't really seen that big a deal in the last, I don't know, a few months, even a few years. Anyway, there's the Roku, though, sitting on the 200-day moving average, 65.75. I guess that's what you're kind of looking at, though, aren't you? 3 days, 3 days testing the 200-day moving average for Roku, ROKU. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in? I did see this. This is a cheap one, TGL. For those of you who love the cheap ones, TGL had a big spike up. Other one like 32 cents, all the way up to 73 cents. Huge volume. Unveils the AI robot for TikTok live commerce. With this TikTok, I mean, TikTok is certainly you're starting to see a lot more. Maybe a few months ago, we started seeing a lot more companies making a reference to TikTok, that they were going to be doing something on TikTok. Uno minuto or un minuto. Okay, guys, less than a minute for the market open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm going to get rid of this and just get set for the more for the can you set an auto percent stop loss that sets for every trade an automatic percent stop loss? Or does it need to be, well, see, I don't agree with percent stop losses, but I'm not sure, Tony. I really am not sure. You're talking about using Brokerage Plus and all. Seems to me that, in your setup, if you're allowed to put a stop loss or percentage stop loss, it seems to me that you should be able to. For every, and then that'll apply to every strategy. But I really don't. I really don't know because I don't use it. We'll have to look at it later, okay? Well, that was I thought a very feeble attempt, Cataldo, at an Italian accent, but thank you. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening right off the bat. So, Spirit, wow, Spirit over 21 now. Boy, oh boy, what a move! What a move! 17 to 21 on with 100 million in the float. That's a massive move. Okay, there's a CNXA that kind of dismissed a little bit because of the big pullback that it had from 3 all the way back down to 182. Very low float, starting to move. CNXA. I don't know if there's any. Oh, this is the one where they say they had some kind of an AI robot with TikTok. Is that the one? Maybe not. All right. I know some of you follow this excuse me, MNTS. MNTS. It's doing its thing again. I find it very, very whippy intraday to try to trade, but high yesterday was over 6. Well, Delta is not an earnings play, but it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown now, guys. DAL. It's a little early. And of course, maybe I just sympathy with United Airlines. Okay, Shopify guys, Shopify, SHOP had a big pop in the pre-market, pulled back. RBC, maybe it's because of this. Yeah, RBC is putting an $80 price target on them. RBC putting an $80 price target on Shopify, SHOP. Okay, looks like Roku took out the 200-day moving average. Looks like Roku took it out. 65.75. Well, not quite, not quite. Okay, so it's still sitting on the 200-day moving average. ROKU. Take a look at INMD from Shady. INMD. So he's in this one at 21.36 at least. And his stop is at 21.10. Just mentioned shop, guys. Shop on the move here. Shop on the move with that upgrade. $80 price target put on them by Royal Bank, RBC. Look at this. Wow. What a move, guys. I mean, this is a big move. Taking out the pre-market high now for Shop. Look at the room it's got. 58.73. It looks like the next high looking left for Shop. It's early though. Let's see if it pulls back at all. Okay, I see AMC now. AMC is pretty strong. I mean, it held that 10 level pretty well yesterday. Now it looks like it might want to pop off that 10 level again. The high yesterday was 1026. Morgan Stanley earnings play moving down. Look at this. That's a big move. 1.2 billion in the flow for Morgan Stanley to be moving like this. MS. All right. So Morgan Stanley CEO tried to defend his bank. We're not going to be raising capital. We'll continue the buyback. This is like the other Mexican stock from yesterday, that Grupo Televisa, AMX. And look what MNTS did, guys. This is it's a very different one. We were just mentioning it. I said very choppy. Look at this. Gets up to 546 and comes right back down to five. Okay, just take a look at Shady's INMD, see what's happening with that one. Okay. I guess you got stopped out. Next attempt, 2113. So Delta continued down again. Just too early for me to take these, but let's take a look at Delta. Now you would think maybe there's some support for Delta around 32.74, so about 50 cents away. I'm looking at the weekly chart, so there could be some support around there. But this is just getting. I mean, again, I just don't take these this early. But if you're a little less conservative than me, there was your alert 931 for Delta to short at 33.69, 33.20 now. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. We knew we were going to have a negative open. Nothing catastrophic yet, but definitely a negative open. Ooh, look at SQM, guys. So the next low looking left is about $54. So there's a couple of dollars for SQM underneath. Chilean stock. I would. I would, PJ. If we didn't know what Alcoa meant, sure. I think it's a great Alcoa. Alcoa, get your butt in here. Okay, guys. So we're again real choppy action as usual in the first 15 minutes. HYZN. Okay, HYZN. Haven't seen this one in a long time. This is Hyzen Motors. HYZN. Next high looking left. Too close. $1.30 and then $1.35. Too close for me. Look at this topping tail now for AMC. AMC looked pretty strong. Now it's pulled back. Huge topping tail now. Huge. Look at that. 1022 back down to 987. All right, some of you will play or look at these ones. This is under $1. ICU, ICU. I would never name my company ICU or with a symbol. But anyway, ICU. Any news for Roku? Let me see if there's any news on Roku. Now it's through the 200-day moving average now. Wells Fargo cuts the price target. I don't see any specific reason other than maybe Wells Fargo. All right, so it took out that, so it's $1 underneath now, the 200-day moving average. Could be some support around 62 and a half. So that's still a couple of dollars away. Okay, now I'm looking at, got a couple things I'm looking at on my thumbnail charts. Nothing really that exciting. NTRS. Let's see what's happening with NTRS. Yeah, another one. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. Wow. Just give me one moment, please. So airlines weakening, guys. Here's another one. ALK, ALK. Another one, Alaska. Look at this. Wow. So along with Delta, Alaska, UAL, which released earnings. Keep an eye on Alaska, guys. ALK underneath 33. Now the next low looking left, I think it's there, 32.82. Yeah, so 32.82 takes that out. And it's room underneath for Alaska, ALK. All about, I mean, just take a look at Jets. I'm sure the Jets ETF for the airline industry probably looking a lot. Yeah, look at that. So if you don't want to short a specific airline, you might just want to take a look at Jets. Yeah, definitely fuel prices, no question about that. What's one big component, of course, of their business? FRLN, guys, FRLN. Let's take a look at this one. Frontline or Freeline Therapeutics. So right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. Okay, so 512 is a 200-day. It stalled it so far. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 530. If somehow it can get through that, then the next high is way up here at 870. So keep an eye on the 530 mark for FRLN. It's had a nice multi-day run. Well, look what it did. I mean, it got right through that. FRLN. Any news on this one? Pretty tough spread though. 502, 524. Terrible for a $5 stock. 505, 523. Terrible. Makes it almost impossible to trade. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. Interactive Brokers. All right, Ally earnings play, guys. So this is Ally has some room, I guess. 2636 is the next high. 2633 is the next high looking left for Ally, ALLY. Look at how choppy this one was. The big bottoming tail. Mentioned this one earlier. This is continuing down. SQM continues down. All right, now this may get interesting. I mean, the MNY Money Hero. This was I believe it was a SPAC that turned into MNY. Looking left, the next high is. I'm going to stick an alert right around 362. See if it takes out that 362. That was the high of yesterday. The high up here is 6. So not a great debut as a SPAC. I guess I'm pretty sure this was a SPAC. Okay. Shoot. I missed my entry, I think, on ALK. Waiting after that pull up. Yeah, I wanted to get it around 89 on a short. Thank you, Casa. As always, used to be BTWN, so it turned into MNY. Money Hero. Money Hero. Singaporean. Yeah, that's why I kept out of the FRLN. That spread was terrible. And look what's happened. It's dropped right back down to 5 now, FRLN. I'm clicking on some of these alerts that I'm getting, and when I look left, I just see too much resistance. I see that Riot and Mara are doing their thing. Riot and Mara are doing their thing. CCL. So along with the airlines, the cruisers. Well, look at this. So look at CCL, guys. Underneath 12. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is 1102. So it's got some room on the weekly chart to keep moving down before it hits that next low. And so yeah, cruisers, airlines, not happy right now with oil prices. I do see this one from our AI, HUSA. The alert was at 250. I was wondering if it could get through the 200-day moving average. So far it has. When you look left, 262 is the next high, and then there's 271. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, I guess. It's not my style. Well, look at this one. We're seeing some of these funds, CRF. Look at this CRF. Reminds me a little bit of the GOF. All right, now NKTX actually is showing up on my abnormal option activity scan as a potential short. Oof, I mean, look at the room it's got. Obviously, it's got a ton of room from to get down to yesterday's low. Um, chopping around though. Might be too much emotion. All right, guys, here's another real cheapie for you. Wow, look at this one. Look at this one. OTLK, guys. The next high looking left is 146. OTLK, real cheap one. I am surprised it has 128 million in the float. Hard for me to believe that it has 128 million in the float. The way it's moved 28%. Give me a moment. I want to check another site, see if they've got some information. No, that's the float. That is the float. In fact, one of them has 159 million. So that is a big, big float for it to have moved 28%. All right, guys, 9:56. I'll start to look a little more closely. UAL just made another new low. So my miss, I wanted to get that ALK around 32.87, and I just lost sight of it. So moving down with the rest of the airlines. Well, remember when this stock, lithium, Lithium America, LAC, was just ripping higher, $21, not that long ago, guys. This is back September 11th. So a little over a month ago, this was a $21 stock, $8 now. I know some that were going to that wanted to swing this one. International paper. Look at this IP, 35.85, 36. Yeah, maybe not enough room. I'm just looking here. I mean, if it takes out 36, which would be awesome, but then the next high is 36.61. So not that interested. That looks too close. Speaking of Goff from yesterday and the day before, trying to have a bit of a bounce here, guys. Goff, GOF. Boy, look at this. I mean, this looked pretty interesting. This showed up PAAS showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, 1572. Gets up to 1586 and pulls all the way back down here. Very choppy so far, guys. I typically don't like to trade precious metals or oil, energy stocks, just because they're too tied into the sector. Unless it has some very specific news for it, I typically shy away from trading gold, silver, or any energy stock. Look at Spirit right back up, SPR right back up. A couple of bottom tails there. The sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers kept closing it higher, so maybe the sellers give up for a while. A break of 21.19 could get this going again for SPR. A break of 21.19, the high of the previous 15-minute candle. And remember, it got up to 22, so we'd still have some room if it broke that high right there. Oh, look at ALK. Oh, one moment, please. All right, guys, market is making a bold move down now. Another red bar showing up here. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I'm not seeing too much. UBS, I don't know if this is an earnings play. UBS, bank, of course. No, it's not an earnings play, but it is weak. UBS is weak. Next low looking left is around 24. Big float, 3 billion in the float. Another bank, STT. So banks are weak. Banks are weak. Well, this is still positive, right? Okay, I'm sorry. This is still positive, but moving down. Let's take a look at XLF just in general, see what's happening with the financial. Yeah, so XLF moving down, touched that 200-day moving average yesterday, but I guess Morgan Stanley dragging it down and others. EH, I do have this one thumbnail. It's been a little bit choppy though. EH, this is the one that Goldman Sachs put a $30 price target on it 2 days ago. 3 days ago, I guess. Time flies. 3 days ago. But it's been pretty choppy. You can see, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, moving up, moving down. Look at that, guys. I mean, boy, stay out of this one. I mean, look at this MNTS. I mean, this looked pretty good right at the beginning. Look at this. Look at this pop up. 546. It's almost like they're doing a financing. So SPR, okay, let's take a look at SPR and take a look at that VWAP that Real was talking about. So 2094 is the VWAP, a test of it. Still pretty strong. I mean, these bottoming tails, sellers tried to knock it down quite severely. The buyers kept stepping in a couple of times right there. These previous two 15-minute candles still holding above the VWAP. All right, let's see if it holds. I mean, it still has room because, I mean, there's your room way up here, 22. Yeah, but it doesn't look. You got ugly pretty quickly. A little bit ugly. There's that VWAP, guys, 2094. The area, the VWAP area. Yeah, FHN is moving. But look how choppy this was too. I mean, look at this big bottoming tail way down here. Ooh, look at EH, man, oh man, I just mentioned this one. This took off. Airline sector too, China. This just took off. The high looking left is 2110 from yesterday. The next high after that is 2235. Okay, well, SPR, well, I guess the VWAP kind of held. 2095, got right a little bit below it. EH now over 21. Boy, this hole is 21. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 2246. UAL showing up on my abnormal option activity scan. The next low looking left, it's sort of there. 3673 on the weekly chart, 3682, so it's below that. Or the next low is 3271, 3271 at $4 away on the weekly chart for UAL. EH guys on the move. EH on the move. Good old Goldman Sachs putting that $30 price target on it. Guys, I'm really interested in this UAL. I mean, there's so much room underneath now on the weekly chart. So weak. Big float. Feel like it's a bit of a chase, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this is just so weak. Okay, STKL. Okay, this has had a nice, this is a 4 days now, good 4 days. Problem I have is it looks like it could be coming into some resistance around 450 for STKL. FBYD is halted. I don't see it. Maybe it's because of volume. FBYD. This is from Neil in our YouTube room. FBYD. Yeah, my minimum volume is 20,000 shares. So, but yeah, remember this one, guys. This was okay. There's the ACXP triggering above the high of 3 days ago. Somebody suggested putting a price alert on that, so I did. But it's pulled right back down. So I will reset that price alert. NKTX, guys, NKTX. That's why I didn't want to short this one. I think it's got too much emotion in it right now. And look at the SPY. Look at this topping tail, bottoming tail. Real uncertainty right now. You know what's not uncertain? Look at cocoa. Cocoa continues to move down. COCO. 2391 is the low yesterday. This is the one not that long ago. This was an all-time high for cocoa up here at 33. Does anybody know the float? Somebody knows the float. I mean, we have 10 million. Let's take a look. I'll check one other site. We have 10 million in the float, 10.5 million. Let's see what some other website has. If we're around the same ballpark. Yeah, about the same. In fact, exactly the same. So I would say 10.5 million in the float for ACXP. Boy, that INMD has been a tough one for you, Shady. I've been watching that one. I keep thinking, yeah, maybe it'll pop, but boy, choppy, choppy, choppy. INMD, let's see, where is the next low? 2026. So, I mean, this could turn into a short now. INMD. Okay, DXC is showing up on the daily reversal. Okay, now the next high looking left, it certainly has the room 2236. It's got $1 to that next high looking left. The issue really though is you don't want to see the market going down. It doesn't have to be going up. You just don't want to see it going down if you're going to play, something that was beaten up, in my opinion anyway, something that was beaten up yesterday and now it's trying to crawl back today. I mean, the market doesn't have to be going up. You just don't want to see big red candles though. Hard to play these sort of bounces, in my opinion, when you're going against the market. That's a tough one though today, Shady. That is a real. And I mean, I'm looking to short this one maybe. The longer it holds underneath 20. Sorry, 21. Is this a bank? WAFD? Another bank, guys, regional bank, WAFD. Another earnings play. Okay, guys, I've taken some of the DXC just to see. I mean, the market is not because this is green, but I just wanted to make sure it wasn't red. So I've taken some of this DXC on the daily reversal and see if it has any sort of run in. I don't expect much, but basically I'm in right here at the 38 mark. And this is what I'm talking about. This is from my daily, only one stock so far. Remember yesterday, at this time yesterday, this was full. So, very different day today. Now I'm really in scalp mode today, guys. I'm just not trusting trends at all right now. So Cocoa, guys, Cocoa still has some room. 2380 is the next low looking left for Cocoa. COCO. Ah, FBYD. Yeah. So this is the crazy one today, right now. We've seen this one in the past, of course, not that long ago. This was when? This was back in early October, October the 6th. So a couple of weeks ago, got up to $40. Well, guys, this give me a little bit of a trade here. Taking some out, okay, at the 54 level. Let's see, DXC. It's all about the market too. Look at the market putting in a nice little pop here. Yeah, SPR definitely hanging in. Definitely hanging in. So look at even the airlines. So the airlines popping here, coming back from their lows. I'm sure UAL is probably looking at about the same. Big, big, big green candle on the SPY. Another bank, guys, regional bank, CFG, another regional bank, CFG, Citizens Bank, trying to come back. Well, new high now for SPR, new high. Briefly, anyway, briefly, a new high. Now, to me, 2218, what did I get up to? 2209. When you look left, I see 2218 and then I see 2261. So this area right here, maybe that'll be it for SPR. Yeah, this TRMB on the move here, guys. TRMB on the move just went positive. TRMB just went positive, barely. I guess it's got some room. Yesterday's high was 51.21, so about 60 cents to that. Let's see if this market, let's see if this red, this, excuse me, this big green bar can hold. We still have another 5 minutes for it to close. All right, let's take a look at this crazy one, FBYD. So here is your, man, only 20,000 shares so far. It's gonna, that volume will increase, of course, but so the open could be 2382-ish. Okay, when it does open, it's been halted for now over. Well, let's see if it's a 10-minute halt. If it's a 10-minute halt, this will open in about 30 seconds. But halted at 10:16 plus 37 seconds. So we'll see if this opens in 20 seconds. And when it does, is it going to be close to this 2382? Well, 2-1 open. So that was very anticlimactic. So it did not open. So maybe it's going to be a 15-minute halt. Winnebago, WGO, is this an earnings play by any chance? WGO, yes, it is. And I know Real mentioned it. It is coming back. WGO. Didn't see it in the pre-market. I can tell exactly why. The volume is very light, 150,000 shares, and on its earnings day. So it's not a lot of volume for Winnebago, WGO. I know it's 5 times normal, but boy, I mean that means it only trades usually around 30,000 shares up to this time of day. So I mean that's not great. Okay, guys, there's a huge topping tail now on the SPY. Huge topping tail. So we now have another 2 minutes to close. Okay, it's our green candle, but it is in jeopardy. For me, anyway, very different day compared to the previous two, Monday and Friday, Monday and Thursday. Just single up. And you can tell, I mean, look at this, the daily reversal, only one. Yesterday and the day before, this was full of reversals. So, on a day like today, my advice, just, be calm. Don't get anxious about having to take a trade. Morgan Stanley continues down, guys, breaking down through 75 now. MS. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 74.67. Yeah, look at that guy. So you got to be careful today. I mean, yeah, that looked pretty awesome, big green candle. And now it's complete. Now it's gone red and 10 seconds for it to close. So it's gone red now. So the sellers just stepped in and knocked the stuffing out of it. I'm out of the DXC now, guys. Not with this SPY action, out of the DXC. Yeah, Nordstrom's, yeah, I wish there weren't this. I mean, Nordstrom's is weak, JWN, but there could be some support around 14. I know retail was really good yesterday. And Macy's had a nice day yesterday. It's the retail numbers came in a little higher than expected. Yeah, there's Macy's yesterday. Macy's is still basically flat. Hmm. All right, so this is actually was not a 15-minute halt even. So this has been halted again. So I mean, this is the exciting one today, but look at the volume. 37,000 shares, up 106%. Give me a break. That's why you see, these 25.30, 25.50 potential open. This again, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Coco, man, should I short this? Coco. Well, I mean, it's got about 40 cents, 40 cents to the next low looking left. Wish I had more room. I'm looking, I mean, looking maybe for a reversal on the way down though. Remember this This daily reversal, if you see it in light blue, it's the theory is you go long. This is a multi-strategy window. It does have the two of them in. So a stock that was down yesterday, moving higher today. I'd love to see one that was up yesterday and now moving down today with this market. I'm just not seeing anything yet. All-time low. If you guys go back enough time, look at this Unisys. Unisys used to be a huge company. Unisys, all-time low now. UIS. But you remember Unisys, William? I mean, that used to be a massive company. Maybe not along exactly along the lines of IBM, but huge, huge company. All right, guys. So yeah, so this that's a crazy action on the SPY. Okay, guys. Well, put the short hats on again, I guess. Yeah, look at Coco, too choppy. Look at this market now. Yikes. MS guys, MS kept moving down off that whole number of 75. Okay, NDAC. All right, is this having a nice move? NDAC, NDAQ. It's got a little bit of room, but not a lot of room. I mean, on a percentage basis, 53.50. NDAC is an earnings play. HARP. Okay, let's take a look at HARP. Maybe something's happening with HARP. Yeah, something's happening with HARP. It's going right into the 200-day moving average, 735. It's going right into that 200-day moving average. If somehow it can take it out, I mean, your fantasy level is way up here around 1060, but do we really think that that's going to happen? What's the float? 2.69 million. So there's certainly a low float. Does the simulator give you unlimited? No, half a mil. Sorry, $100,000. Okay, Phoenix, $100,000. But what I would do is I would adjust it to your account size. You know, no point if you don't have 100,000 in your account, I would not put 100,000. I knew you were going to ask me that. I can't remember. I think you have to create another. I know Pepe's going to know. You create another account, and then you can assign the value. But start off with 100. Okay. The thing is, Phoenix, just don't use 100. Okay, without getting too complicated. If your account size is 25,000 or 10,000, yes, you've got maybe 1 to 4 margin. Okay, so if you're going to day trade, just get rid of it at the end of the day. But just so trade within your actual limits. What do you mean? Does it keep track of the 100,000? If you get out of every trade at the end of the day, you'll always start off with 100,000. But again, all I would do, as Pepe said, you can create another. Well, if you're flat, well, okay, on a daily basis, it'll adjust at the end of the day. Okay. So tomorrow, it'll go back to 100,000. So yeah, if you flatten out of every trade by the end of the day, you'll start off with 100,000 again tomorrow. This VKTX, guys, this is looking bad. This had some news in the pre-market, but it has basically just been drifting down. The next low looking left is at 886. So on the weekly chart, this is if it takes out 10. Oh, look at this market. Ugly, 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 ugly. Well, let's see if 430 holds it. That's been kind of a bit of a key level. Well, this VKTX, guys. Well, yeah, no, it's fine for swing trading. If you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, it'll still carry forward. But again, if you had, but just if you're swing trading, then you shouldn't be trading on margin. Obviously, you shouldn't be using your margin because you're gonna, well, unless you want to pay the interest. Anyway, how swing trading right now, pretty tough. So again, let's say you had, I mean, realistically, let's just say you've got $25,000 in your account, then trade like you've got $25,000 in your account, whether you be swing trading or day trading. I mean, it really is that simple. Have the discipline to do it. Oh, over the last few months, Raven. Question, swing trading tough because of the market over the last couple of days? No, over the last few months. Man, look at this. I mean, look at look at Winnebago, guys. It got positive. I remember talking about this one. It was positive, and then giant red candle wipes it all out. Boy, this VKTX, guys, a little break underneath 10 now, and really interesting to me as a short. Yeah, I mean, if you can handle the whip with EH, I mean, the topping tails and bottoming tails, I mean, it still does look bullish. You're right. All right, guys, it's 10:46. So I think what I'll do now is just go over my homepage. Not doing too much right now. Very different, I say, very different day from the last 2 days for me anyway. All right, so here is my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, I should put a better promo code in for you guys. So use this promo code SPOOKY25. You'll get 25% off. Okay. So again, use the Spooky25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade ideas. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. You must do that to begin. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this series of videos together. It is all free. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. We have a great user guide. You click on that user guide. This is what you're going to see. The getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out about stock raising right here. Price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. I use them all the time. Again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, of course. It's like any other user guide. A lot of information most people probably don't care about, but what you may not care about, somebody else does. Okay, so that's why it's a, it's like any other user guide. You don't have to learn it all though. There's the getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll confirm with Jamie that it'll be him. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And before I get into my scan. So the only thing I ask is if you eventually are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. If you click on my homepage link, again, you don't use that one right now. Use Spooky25 to get 25% off. Okay. It'll help to keep the room free. We want to keep this room free. The only way we can do it is by you guys. When you eventually you want to take out a subscription, if that happens, just use my promo code. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans, after clicking on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. Middle section is my scans are here. This is what I'm using in the pre-market. This gives me my gappers up, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives up and down, gappers down. Halts resumes is over here. Oh, look at this one now, 13. Oh, this is the P. Okay, so this is another variation of it. The 10-day daily breakout and down, not too much action today from it. Single stock window, this is what I use. Of course, this is all customizable. Abnormal option activity is right up here. Yeah, you know what? The NDAC wasn't too bad. The alert was at 52.83. We're at 53.15 right now. This is the daily reversal that I was referring to. And the momentum, sorry, the momentum scan is right here. So let's take a look at the momentum scan. So again, if you save my homepage link, then of course you can take a look at whatever promo is up and running. Plus, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education anytime you want. So if you save my homepage link, yeah, pretty tough to commit. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, coffee. Yeah, pretty tough to commit to a long right now, guys, with the market doing what it's doing. That's why this NDAC is pretty good. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 53.87-ish, 52, actually 53.93 is the 200-day moving average. So I'm certainly not looking to go long anything unless it's got some news on its own. So I do see that I do see that the ACXP did trigger in my abnormal option activity. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about a little over an hour. He's just confirmed that it'll be him today. Okay, guys. Well, this ACXP is looking a little bit better. I mean, I don't think it has any news on its own, but it's just been an active one. So, and it showed up at 618 was a trigger in the option scanner. So it looking very interesting now. Always have to deal with that spread though. Not always, but right now you're having to deal with that spread. Of course, it's a low float, 10.5 million in the float. The other high flyer from a couple of days ago, well, actually yesterday, I guess, SPRC, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers on the way down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. My goodness, FBYD, what's the volume like now? See how the volume has definitely picked up. Crazy. An experiential entertainment development enterprise. Okay, the spread tightened up a little bit for the ACXP. All right, guys, let's take a look at my momentum scan. Okay, just general comments about what you can do with trade ideas. So if you downloaded my this alert window called Momo, this is what you'll find. If you're wondering what it is looking for, all you have to do is right click and then click on configure, then summary. These are the filters in place. A lot of programs out there that sell filtering capability. Okay. And of course, we have the filtering capability, but what we're really good at is real time alerts. So in this particular case, this is the filtering aspect. So if the price is between 1 and 100, the current volume is at least 3. Yes. Sorry. At least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why you see that FBYD at 10:55 2 minutes ago made a new high at 35.96. So since then, nothing else has met those filter requirements and made a new high. Excuse me. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, of course, you can save it to your cloud, save it in, as your part of your layout. But if you wanted to make an adjustment, for instance, maybe you don't like this price range, of course, this is what I like to see. It doesn't absolutely have to be what you like to see. So I always call this a template. You can always make changes to a price range if you don't like that price range. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100 or 10 and 50, whatever it is. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe you want change anything in here. You can do so, of course, to say okay, and then it becomes more customized to your style of trading. Now, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. If I right click, configure, this time instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Now, when you see all these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons, starting off with the new high and the new low of the day, the two most popular. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm not going to go into them all, of course. These icons, these are the filters, the screeners, okay? Don't get hung up on how many we have. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, you had to have a lot of different real-time alerts, a lot of different filters, so that the average person, average subscriber could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. But of course, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There are a lot of scans that are here. Click on new, dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans here. So, all right, guys. Okay, well, we definitely have a winner here now in the ACXP. We have the alert at 618, 665 right now for the ACXP. And that, again, from the abnormal option activity scanner. So again, a word about this. As an intraday trader, day trader, however you want to brand me, I'm always looking for stocks having abnormal activity for the day. Now, the obvious one is to look at the volume. Is there an increase in volume? People ask, well, why don't you just, I mean, do I care about Apple? Take a look at Apple just for fun. People might go, well, wait a minute. Apple has traded 16 million shares. That's awesome, right? Well, not really. It's right now, Apple is only trading a little less than normal. So what I'm looking for are stocks that are trading abnormally with respect to volume. I don't care about a stock that's just trading the way it normally trades. So that's what we use our relative volume filter for. Okay. So that's one way, for me to see stocks that are trading abnormally. I'll get ACXP 49 times normal up to this time of day. But the other way we can also, sort of as a confirmation is by looking at the way it is trading options. Is it having an abnormal day regarding the number of contracts that it normally trades? What is it doing today? So not that this one trades a lot of contracts, it's only 897, but that is 5 times normal, 524% of normal. Okay, 5.2 times normal. So what is normal? So our baseline is what was the average number of contracts traded over the last 10 days. So in this filter, in this scan right there, for you to see this stock, there are other filters in place, of course, but in terms of the option activity, has to be at least 500 contracts and 1.5 times normal. So you can see it right there. It's a little over 5 times normal, and it's over the 500 contract minimum. So that's why we see that here. If it's in light blue, no, I talked about this one a little earlier, TRMB. If this is in light blue, then this is a suggestion. Remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean when I get an alert, I just automatically take the trade.com. Okay, this is trade. It's an idea. So if it's in light blue here, this is a suggestion to go long, and if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. That's just the way I've got this color coded. You can, of course, change the color coding any way you want, but that's just the way I've got it. On the daily reversal, if it's yellow, a potential short. If it's long, if it's light blue, a potential long. Look at this though. Again, I have to just emphasize this. Yesterday and the day before, this was full, absolutely full of reversal plays, and only 2 so far. This one just doesn't have enough room for me. The TRMB 5075 right now, and the next high is, first of all, it's got to contend with getting through the whole number of 51 and then 5121. On a percentage basis, it just doesn't have enough high. Now, this may not stall it at all. It may pop right through that and maybe challenge that high up here, which of course would be okay, but it's not the way I trade. I'm always looking left to see where it could stall. I don't see the high in the daily chart, then I turn to the weekly chart. And if in my opinion, it's too close, then I don't take the trade. Well, Hus has been actually not too bad from our AI. Took a while, but HUSA, there was the alert at 250, 278 now. Yeah, Hus is having a great day, guys. So energy play, of course, little energy play, HUSA, through the 200-day moving average, kind of like nothing. So guys, there you go. Easy come, easy go. That's why when you're in a low float stock, you cannot take your eye off it. Look at that big pullback now, or ACXP. Now, RDEX, now what I like to say is if you see it in a couple of scans, the same stock in a couple of scans, pay attention. Tough day though. And when I look at RDEX, what do I see? 420 is the next high. That's just too close for me. Even if it broke through 420, to me, there's just too much going on when I look left. It would be way better if it were, the next high looking left, we're up in that 5 level for me anyway. Okay, guys, so SPR again making another test of the VWAP. SPR making another test of the VWAP at 2114, 2114. So I'm making another test of the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it again, or will it succumb? Yeah, so this is a daily reversal, but I have no shorts for it. I wish I had some shorts for TPST. Man, look at this. 384 is the next low looking left. Well, so guys, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., sharing my screen live on the mic. If you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I will let you know, but typically that's just not the case. This is another bank, right? WTFC. Yeah, WTFC. Boy, look at these moves. I mean, big pop up. This is also another earnings play. Not very much volume. Big pop up and giving it all up. I forgot to take a look at CADL. CADL. Mention this cancer drug. Oh gosh, look at that. Well, I guess if somehow you could have got into FVYD, you wouldn't want to be in it now, though. There's your projected open 35 from 44. There's your halt at 44. So this is the preferred stock, okay? The FBYDP, that's the preferred. Okay, AUMN. Does this have any chance? I just don't like it. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I wish I could be a little more positive, but when I look left, I just see all sorts of areas where it could stall not that far away. Too bad. Low float. SPR again, looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP at 2114 level. Oh, no kidding, Poe. You would not want to be holding NKTX if you have to wander away from your computer. Yeah, I see Sassy Neil in our YouTube room mentioned Sassy, SASI. Um, Again, the bottoming tail, topping tail, pretty tough to commit. I mean, the next high, I mean, it looks great. I mean, the next 762 is the 200-day moving average, far enough away. Of course, the high of 3 days ago was way up here at $8. Low float, 600,000 in the float. Yeah, I mean, it's moving. It is moving. So, I mean, if you're going to be in this one, just be awfully careful. That float is, again, insanely low. It's actually been a fast morning for me, even though I haven't really liked what I've been seeing, but it has been fast. Faraday, FFIE. I'm seeing this one in my crawl. Okay, let's take a look at it. Ran this daily. Where could it go? So 152 is the next high looking left. So it's basically there. After that, well, so 216. So pretty extended right now, though. Very extended right now. Low float, 19.8 million in the float. So it is a low float. I see you, Kathy. Is it over $1 yet? No. So yeah, I just don't look at these, but I saw it this morning, of course, but the VWAP is at 68 cents. So it's basically sitting on the VWAP, okay, the VWAP area. So I mean, if you're a VWAP player, we'll just hold it and maybe move it up. Did have some news on FDA breakthrough designation. Wow, look at this one, all-time low now for LICY. All-time low, not life cycle, but life cycle holdings. I think they're out of Vancouver. Oh, Toronto, that. Boo. Okay. Yeah, well, okay. NKTX, you're right, is starting to move. 200-day moving average at 353. That could stall it if it wants to keep going. I love it. Look at GME popping up for no reason. 1380, 1422. Okay, this is all technical analysis, nothing to do with fundamentals. Just looking at this Trimble. Okay, so this is not an earnings play. Okay, they're just telling us that they're going to have earnings on the first. Okay, that's fine. I don't see any other reason for this one moving. TRMB. The MREO, I'm seeing this one also. MREO, $2. Yeah, it's had a nice lift from 150 a couple of days ago. All right, let's take a look at the monthly chart, see if there's anything. Well, 253 on the monthly chart is where it could go. SPR doing a great job at holding the VWAP so far today. Okay, if this market bounces at all, I put an alert around 57.41 for Winnebago, WGO, if the market bounces at all. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Why? Because you can see the highs of the two previous 15-minute candles right there. If it takes it out, could have a shot up into this area, up until this area, or to this area. And, but the market has to help it, in my opinion, has to help it. Well, I almost flipped the script on the DXC, but almost doesn't count, I guess. With the market moving down. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much that I like. So, if you guys got any suggestions, just give me a moment, please. Well, this is being a long halt now, guys. $27, long halt. This is probably going to be, well, it could be a 20-minute halt anyway. There was a halt at 11:06 plus 46 seconds. So 11:26 plus 46 seconds, that would be a 20-minute halt. Well, let's see, Kathy, ICU. So that was basically the VWAP, 68 cents. In a long time since I bought a stock under a dollar. All right, guys. Well, okay, let's take a look at Winnebago. Let's see if Winnebago is moving at all with that market, okay? Is what I was talking about. If it can take this out, because it did get up to $59, okay? So if Winnebago can move with this market, if of course, it has to, it has the VWAP also to contend with right up in that area, a little bit above. All right, so this did open, 20-minute halt on it for the FBYD. Again, insanely risky, okay? I mean, we're looking at it because it's showing up on my halts resumes, but yeah, very choppy, very, very choppy. ICU, very, very choppy. Now look again, guys. Big topping tail now on the SPY at green candle. If I weren't doing this, moderating a room, I'd be shutting my computer off at least until maybe 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right, guys, maybe take a look at HASI, Hasi. HASI, the next high looking left is 1848. If I can somehow get through that, 19. All right, new entrant into the 10-day daily breakdown is CLM. CLM, not quite an all-time low. Another one of these funds. Another one of these funds. And this is what I'm talking about. 649, suggestion to go short for CLM. The thing is, you think, okay, with the market doing what it's doing, probably easy to short anything, but it's just not that easy because now look what the market is trying to do. Very, very, very choppy, guys. Very choppy. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Well, if nothing else, it's been entertaining. FBYD, hopefully nobody got nailed in this, of course. It wouldn't be too entertaining if you were, but FBYD, at least it gives us something to sit back and look at and marvel the craziness. Well, congrats anybody who took the sassy. Would have been a challenge also with with these bottoming tails, depending where you took it. Well, I got to say, this was awesome. I mean, the sassy was definitely nice. Doesn't trade options, I don't think. It does trade options, but only 4.2% of normal. That's right. One contract. Imagine that. One contract is traded according to our one contract. I'm not sure we had shorts at Interactive Brokers for sassy. I didn't really look. Wow, look at this one, guys. Another EV player, all-time low, EVGO, all-time low for EVGO. EVGO, all-time low. Breaking down now through that whole number. Nothing to hold it up on the chart, of course, being an all-time low. Remember GoPro? Remember G Pro was just ripping a few weeks ago? G Pro was just ripping. Actually, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Groupon. So here's another one, guys. GoPro, another all-time low. GoPro, another all-time low. Boy, remember when this came out? This was such a, well, if you look at the monthly chart, you're going to see a big, have to back it out a few months. I remember when this was almost, thought I got up to 100, in fact. Yeah, look at this. So back in 2014, I sort of remember this. This is when the room started. It was a $100 stock, GoPro. Everybody talked about GoPro. Nobody's talking about GoPro now. What do I think about a short for LMT, short stop loss, 447 LMT? That's Lockheed or Lougheed. Never know how to pronounce that. So you're going to put a stop at 447? Is that what you're? So that means you think this could go down $6. You're going to put about a $3 stop. So you think this could go down $6? I mean, that's how I look at it, which of course I don't think it can. Well, I shouldn't say, of course it can. Anything is possible, but I mean, I guess if you look left on yesterday's low, but I'm also looking here on the 15-minute chart. That's only a little over $2 away. So, but don't let me stop you. Okay. I just wouldn't do it because I don't, for me, the risk reward wouldn't be enough. Whew. All right, guys, in about 20 minutes, I will be relieved by Jamie. Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. You can always come in now, Jamie. I know you're listening. Or at least I think you were listening. Dino, I haven't seen Dino or Dino for a long time. VINO. Probably a bit of the relative volume isn't good enough. Yeah, so the relative volume is at 1. Yeah, Sinclair Core. Next high looking lots in the monthly. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, $1.60 or so to the next high on the daily chart. So even Centerpoint has no shorts. Now, ever, I shouldn't say ever, but today, because William said he had shorts for Sassy at E-Trade earlier. Oh, so you did have some earlier. Okay. Steve is not paying attention in the YouTube room, Luca. Okay, just to let you know. All right, FBYD resumed and not over. All right, doesn't look like Winnebago is going to take out these highs here. And again, guys, you hear me talk about choppiness, and just look at the topping tails and the bottoming tails on the SPY, okay? And I mean, usually when you have a 15-minute chart, it tends to, the higher the time frame, it'll tend to smooth out what the chart looks like. But look at this. I mean, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. Really hard to gauge your direction. How do we see the inflows and outflows? What exactly are you talking about, Kathy? You're talking about gainers versus losers, or I mean, obviously the losers are outweighing gainers today. But what are you talking about exactly? Inflows and outflows? This is just a day, guys. I mean, it's a choppy day so far. I mean, could turn around in the afternoon. We might get a nice trend, either up or down. But right now, it's really difficult, in my opinion, anyway. EPIX. Let's see what's happening with EPIX. Well, EPIX has actually had a couple of nice days. I do recall seeing this one yesterday. Big day yesterday. High today is around 435. I mean, if it can get going, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly, you have 437 and then 520, 519 or so. So if it can get going, but again, look at it, big, huge topping tail. I mean, these are big percentage moves, 437 back down to 416. You take this trade, where are you going to put your stop? You put your stop down here and you're in here at 420. That's about a 30-cent stop. That means you got to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making 60 cents on the trade. And I just don't see that. Boy, AMC is really starting to give it up now, guys. I almost took a short around 555. I didn't pull the trigger though. 555, 955. All right, could this get interesting? It's just down below AZEK, down below the 200-day moving average, 2713. So it's below the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 2587. So it's got a little bit of room to that next low looking left, assuming the market keeps wanting to move down. What's the spread like on that AZEK? Good spread, 2645, 2647. But you can kind of see how it's, trading a little bit like the market, topping tails and bottoming tails. Well, the warrants are, or not the warrants, but the preferred shares. I guess these are the preferred shares for FBYD. At least the spread is only 50 cents. Even okay, DraftKings guys, DKNG. This is just making another new low. DraftKings, look at this move down. All right, well, I mean the next low looking left is 2840, so it has some room. It's just that we're chasing things that are so extended down or extended up. That's why I just can't get too enamored by any of these things. But of course, I have to click on the alert in order for me to see what's happening. And where is the VWAP? 2988. So it's way below the VWAP. All right. Well, listen, I'll put an alert at 618. That was the alert from the option scanner originally. Let's see if this ACXP maybe later on in the day, if the market not that it really follows the market that much, but let's see if there is any enthusiasm that can come back into it on a break of six later on in the day for the ACXP. Boy, just had to short Morgan Stanley all day long. Look at Morgan Stanley, MS 78 down to 73. That is a massive move. I mean, it was already down a lot, but that's a massive move with that float. You don't often see like 8% moves with a 1.2 billion float. So this is really probably dragging down. Yeah, look at XLF. So basically mimicking Morgan Stanley, MS. This is the major ETF for financials. Doesn't look good, guys, for that 200-day moving average. Just give me one moment, please. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, back. Now, I better, wow, it's 7 minutes to noon. So, what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie when he shows up. He's not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there again and listen to Jamie. And I'll put my announcement in. EMET. Again, he's not there yet. I'll hang around until he gets there. Boy, look at that. This is pretty bleak, guys. This looked pretty interesting yesterday with XLF. It got into the 200-day moving average, got up to it at least, closed down below it. But with, I guess, Morgan Stanley and who knows what the other banks are going to start saying. And we have regional banks, of course. Morgan Stanley, that is a big drop. And just continuing. The next low looking left, it's broken down through that. So, I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart, anyway, is around 72. So, Kathy, I'm not sure if you heard me about inflows and outflows. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. If you're talking about gainers versus losers, or No, there's a Kathy in our YouTube room asked me about how do I see inflows and outflows. No, not no, so Kathy, not Katie. Yeah, I'm sure KRE isn't looking good either. Regional banks. We're going to get a lot of them, of course, releasing earnings. Probably looks a little bit. Let's take a look at where that 200 day is way above here. So yeah, so the regional banks are worse off than the I guess the bigger banks in terms of its relation to or their relation to the 200 day moving average. Yeah, so I have no stats for that, Kathy. Maybe Jamie does. He'll be there in about a couple of minutes. Maybe he has some information on that. I don't have any information like that. Well, guys, Maxon, MAXN is showing up on a daily reversal. Nice day yesterday, taking out that a little bit below the low of yesterday. And looking left has a little bit of room down to 795. And there's Jamie. Rescue me, Jamie. Rescue me, please.
Hola, Betty.
Hola. Oh, man.
What a weird day.
Yeah, I was extolling the virtues of the last 2 days, at least for me. Monday and Tuesday were just awesome days. Not just about making money and stuff, but just interesting things, nice trends, either one way or the other. Today is like, jeez, I'd be turning off my computer right now.
Absolutely. And what the SPY is just crazy with all those wicks.
Oh, I know. No,
And don't we have a bond isn't there a bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern today?
it's possible. I don't pay attention to those things, but you're probably right.
The interesting thing will be to see if anybody shows up because last time
Ah,
nobody's buying them. Nobody's buying the 20-year treasuries.
that's what you
So,
said last time, right? You said no,
hmm
nobody showed up to the auction.
yep. And
Mm,
TLT is currently at all-time lows.
hmm
I mean, look at that. I mean, that's the 20-year treasury bond.
Look at Morgan
So,
Stanley, though. I've been talking about Morgan
oh,
Stanley today. I
oh
mean,
yeah, uh-huh.
that, I mean, Jamie, I mean, look at that float, 1.2 billion in the float for a
Mhm.
stock to move like that.
Yep.
And I mean, it was already down, a fair amount in the pre-market, but I mean, just to continue down and really, I mean, there was one bottoming tail and topping tail, I guess, on the 930 candle, but after that, just one little green candle, and it's just been a steady march down.
Yeah, actually, on this little bump up it took right here, I got short right
Hmm.
here. Got a stop in, so
Yeah, good for
we'll
you.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said it still has room if you look in the weekly chart down to about 72. So anyway, let me
Yep,
out of
look at
here.
that. Look at that. Okay, Barry, you go do your
Okay,
thing. We'll see you when
I
you get
will.
back. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks, Jamie.
Mhm. Okay, hi everyone, and I'm assuming everybody can see and hear okay. So great. Give me 1 second here. 1 second, ladies and gents. I'll be back in a flash. Okay, sorry for the pause there. I was like, why is my alarm going off? I set it for a reason. So, yay, I didn't forget something. Okay, so welcome to my desktop. And this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. No pre-planned script or anything, just talking shop, trading, and trade ideas. So if you have any questions about the software, go ahead and throw them out there, and I'll do my best to answer them. Okay, so let me just check out the questions panel here. Da, da, da. All right, Kathy. Compare counts on other data points, such as put call ratios for a stock. Well, you could incorporate them into the strategy um, because, well, let me just demonstrate here. Okay, so here's my fave, and this has been reset since the open. Um, but if we take a look in here, we've got basically free floating alert windows for each side. So in this case, these are just exact opposites. The reason being is because in the first 15 minutes of the market, I'm just keeping track of all stocks with a market cap of 4 billion or higher, hitting highs and lows with some accelerated 1-minute volume. Um, and this kind of helps give me an idea of where the market might end up for the day or go in the short term. Now, as far as options go, we could devise a strategy using the put and call and other option filters. We could incorporate these in, but we would still need to select an alert to use. And so typically when, a user, whether it's myself or anybody else, when we're more interested in the filter values, okay, then we'll just pick some generic alerts. Uh, my favorite, when I don't really know what to use, would be something like running up or running down. So Kathy, are there any specific filters here that you would want to focus on? And while you're thinking about it, we can just, let's just do an example here. Let's just take a look at the market real quick. The boil. A little hard to stay in that one today, but now hitting lows. So we're just going to duplicate the window here. And we can come in here and start off by going, okay, generic information. Tell you what, we could probably just get rid of that. Most stocks that trade options are higher caps, but that's not always the case. So we could leave this in or we could lower it. We could just say, okay, market cap 1 billion, and then fold in some options. Now, when it comes to options filters, I'm kind of like Barry. What I like to do is focus on the stocks that are doing high options volume today. You can see that metric down here in my compare count or my single stock window. Give me 1 second here. Just get my pen up in case I need it. There it is. Okay. So what I was pointing out here, options volume today, because that just gives us a total of puts, calls, everything. It just tells us there's a lot of put and call volume going on today. So options volume today, we could say, okay, they have to be doing 3 times normal, right? So change that to 1 billion. And then just as a generic alert, so we get something. If the alert really isn't that important, I just want things that are going to be ticking all the time. So my go-to in this case is typically running up or running down now. Okay. So we could say, all right, let's attach running up to this guy. And then we'll come over here and make the same modification. Change that to 1 billion. Get rid of that guy. Options volume 3 times normal. And well, now that I'm rethinking this, I'm thinking new high and low. Because obviously those stocks, if they're making highs, then they're probably going in that direction. Very similar to Barry's options plays, the different color codes for long and short. All right, let's just verify here. All the same. New high. Because if we did install the running up, running down now, it wouldn't really be indicative of one direction. So I think this would be the better way to do it. Okay, and we can just say um, downward momentum with options. All right. Now, it's probably not going to do anything right at this moment, but I'm sure if you were watching this one from the open, it would be pretty active. So I tell you what, now that I've built this window, I'm kind of curious. So I'm going to watch it for tomorrow. I'm just going to save it to my cloud, and then I'll dump the link into the chat area. Ah, I see what you're saying there. Well, it is possible, but I tell you what, I'll drop that one in there for the upward and downward momentum. And then you want to focus on call ratio movement and red line for put ratio movement. Well, Kathy, and don't feel bad because that's typically the way everybody feels when they first start using trade ideas, just because there's so much to contend with here. So if we want to focus on call ratio to the upside, right? Okay, call volume and put volume today. Now, put call ratio. That's what I thought. Do not apply to this. Ratio of puts to calls is no more. Would there be any starting point for a put call ratio, Kathy? Like 2, 3? Or if you're looking for call and put momentum, then the option might be, for the upside version here, we could go call options today and mandate a minimum number of contracts. Now, I don't know if that's going to be exactly what you're looking for, but you never know until you build something and you just kind of start watching it. Ah, that's shares. Okay. So I'm wondering what the magic number might be here today. All volume today in contracts. We can just start off with, I don't know. It's saying shares, but that would really be contracts. So on the upside version, you could just mandate a minimum number of contracts, and also on the put side. Well, I forgot to get rid of that guy. Okay, so we basically have the same setup here once again, but instead of using the total options volume, we're going calls for the stocks hitting highs, and we're doing put volume for the stocks hitting lows. And as I said on the other one, oops. Okay, Jamie, save or share to cloud. There we go. All right. So yeah, here's the other cloud link for that one. So there's two to get you started, Kathy. Like I said, I'm kind of curious too. It's been a while since I devised any compare count windows for any other purposes or attempted to. So hey, let's see what those do, and you might get some good plays out of there. One thing everybody needs to keep in mind when you're creating a new idea or trying to bring a new idea to life is it doesn't matter if it's an alert window, top list, compare count. You have to be prepared that everything that comes through that window is not going to be a grade A setup. More than likely, there's going to be a lot of noise in there, but it's giving you an information stream. What we're doing here is creating a high quality information stream. And as the symbols come through, you just click on the symbol, take a look, and see if it's meeting your criteria. As far as, okay, if I did buy or sell this, what's my risk level? Can I maintain my risk and hopefully make a good entry? So forth and so on. So it just depends on how many symbols are coming through your window, um, but could be 2 out of 10 that you like, 1 out of 10, 5 out of 10. It just depends, and you never know until you give it the old observation. I tell you what, let me see I forgot what my reading was on my compare count window after the first 15 today. And yeah, here it is. We had what I like to call barely a significant downside reading. And the reason I say that is because after the first 15 minutes, those stocks with market cap of 4 billion or greater, 56% were hitting lows versus 44. And for me, I don't really pay this a lot of credence until we get to 55% or greater one way or the other. And you can see just right on that sweet spot, okay? 56%. And that was one, two, three. That alert came, or that data came to me right here. We took the first false move up and then boom, down the lows. So it's interesting how that can work out sometimes. And of course, getting right up to that blue line is the 200 period on the 5. What was that? A little over 435, and not even halfway through yesterday's range right there. But I mean, everybody's on pins and needles. Oh, the market's going down, market's going up. We're going to be stuck in this range for a good bit of time unless, who knows what happens today. Maybe we punch through that 10 period. But right now it's clearly acting as support, just like it did yesterday for that nice floofy little move that we had up. Felt a lot bigger, the move felt bigger than it actually was. All right, Kathy, I see your question. Is there something that, I guess the question is there any magic button or thing that we could attach to alert us when the thing gets to 55%? And unfortunately, the answer is no. Um, this thing's just going to run continuously, and we have to watch that little cylinder manually, unfortunately. As Barry pointed out earlier, Morgan Stanley down, Goldman Sachs hovering at lows currently, Barclays. So the banks are having a rough time today. All right, looks like we're all caught up on questions. So if you have one, or if you'd like me just to take a look at a stock uh, and give you some feedback, feel free to do that as well. Boyle continuing to hit lows. Oof. And of course, if you don't like trading the high price ones, UNG is a good alternative. You can see the chart pattern is basically the same. We just have a smaller dollar instrument here. UNG for Boyle. And of course, one of my other faves for the 20-year Treasury. Nice little continuation from this range break here. And then for TLT, we can always go to TMF. And you can see the exact same pattern here, trading a much lower priced, less volatile instrument. You're very welcome, Kathy. And just, keep on exploring and keep on learning. Fallen angel pattern, anything you know of, or should we just? Well, I personally would not recognize the fallen angel pattern trader 7-7. If you have an example of one today, I'll be happy to pull it up. Ah, AMC, another good one today. Looking at that downside action right there. Whew, that is just pretty right there. The break, a little retrace up to the entry point, and then a release of about 40 something cents there. Of course, you had to be a little patient, but AMC, when it's moving, always like to participate if I catch it right. I was not in it today. I think I missed this cherry point and got into it here in this chop and scalped it for a little bit, but just said, you know what? I don't need that headache today. Now, okay, you don't have an example, trader? Fallen angel pattern. Yeah, we can do a little exploration here. I will tell you guys this, the electric vehicle sector today was pretty juicy to the downside. You got NEO here, Charge Point. Nicola's been acting a little strange, as you can see, not acting like all of the others. Don't know exactly why. I guess because it's been beaten down to $1 thus far, but all of the electric vehicle manufacturers were really good to the short side today. Now let's see if we can dig anything up on Fallen Angel pattern. Reminds me of Abandoned Baby. Let's see. Well, here's just a rudimentary search of a fallen angel. Now, I don't know. I'm not really seeing any angel jumping out at me there. Tell you what, let me look at images. Okay, I kind of see it's like a wing where the name is coming from here. Dr. Elder. Well, I'm afraid I'm not going to be much good on this one, trader. How many taps on SPY until it breaks down today? You know what, Luca, I was asking myself that question all morning. Oh, yeah. And of course, I'm telling you, this New York lunch hour, not guaranteed, but typically if the market is slow picking a direction, this is when it's going to happen right here. And you can see tap, tap, tap just in the past 5 minutes. And a lot of different things releasing with the SPY. And we got a stock here at all-time lows, looking pretty nasty. Glue. It sure did. It sure did. Any bounce for Morgan Stanley yet? Yep. But actually, I'm sure my stop got triggered down here, but that's okay because I probably would have got nervous and covered somewhere on the way down. So it's just like any other tool in your trader's tool belt, right? Sometimes a trailing stop isn't really what you want. Other times it is. Sometimes you want to use the hammer, which is a market sell. Other times you want to use the screwdriver, which is a limit because you want that specific price. But this actually looks like a good shorting opportunity. And typically the way I'll wait for these on these bounce ups, once they take the spike up, is you only mess with them if they flatten out. So if we flatten out here in a nice tight range and it presents a nice top with low risk, well then as we go sideways here, it might set up for another down move. And as Barry said, it has room on the weekly. How far do we have to get back here to see that level on the daily? And it looks like it, that's more than likely why it's bouncing here. It might be done. Of course, there's still a little bit of room there and doesn't look like a whole lot, but it's about another point or so. What are my thoughts on gold? It's very shiny. All right. Well, gold breaking down not too long ago. How many days do we go down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 days of downside action there. 178. Yeah, so about 10 days, 10 points, averaging about a point a day, just edging on down. Now we just covered that whole thing up there. That's a very strange smiley face, small V, not even a V pattern, but kind of a hybrid of the two. And getting frisky on the gap. So if I had to pick or had to prophesy here, what, Eric, we'll look at that one in a minute. All-time lows. Notice the gap. Notice the dark spot there. Ericsson is at all-time lows, swirling the drain. So with gold here, of course, reclaiming that 200 period moving average right there, looking pretty good. It could get a little friskier to the upside, and then we're looking at these levels here, or we could just remain sideways in this channel here between basically 179.5, 184. Well, we're looking at gold, silver, not exactly the same. Still got a little date with this 200 period here. But gold off the bottom and looking like it wants to consolidate for a little bit. Got the 200 period and this new range. Of course, we need a close above 180. Now, Eric. And I did trade this one today. Right from the 49 level. I covered down here though. Only 3 pennies, but Eric's pretty liquid. and you can get into some decent size. Boy, Boyle and Ung just keep on giving. Thoughts on airlines? Okay, first ESMT. Engage Smart. Oh yeah, nice little flag in action up here. That looks pretty good actually. I'll have to keep my eyes on that one moving forward. That's when we just go, you know what? Send that to one of my lists. Very good. Thoughts on airlines? JBlue, Save, which is Spirit, I believe. Yeah, they've been getting beat pretty good lately. Oh, we've got a swirler. So you can see here, just trying to make sure I get all the, well, come on now. Not all-time lows, but I think getting pretty close. Let's just zoom out one more time. No, okay. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. No, why my buttons aren't behaving. Well, it kind of looks like it wants to go there, because if I pulled one of these lines down where we are here, we're at the bottom of those candles, but we still got those wicks to go. Might want to go visit those wicks again. So, moment of truth for JetBlue. Save, very similar looking. It's putting on the brakes for now. But if it did get through, then just like JBlue, looking very similar, just still have the wicks to test the bottom there. So with fuel costs increasing, who knows? We're going to go test these lows and bounce back up, test these lows and continue. Nobody knows for sure. Oh, you were asking about the merger, Calvin. I'm not really up to speed on that. Matter of fact, I wasn't even aware before merger. So is Southwest purchasing them? I mean, JetBlue, not Southwest. Okay, yeah, JetBlue is the acquirer, which is kind of weird because they used to be the quote unquote premium option, right? Whereas Spirit's always been the, you know, probably a rung below Southwest as far as economy goes. Don't know if they're wanting to get into that market, but that would be right. JetBlue buying Spirit. It just seems to be par for the course with the airlines. So many airlines that used to exist no longer do because of mergers and acquisitions. If you're old like me, you even remember Braniff. All right, just checking the questions panel. Looks like I haven't missed anybody. You know what? The funny thing is, that's not far from the truth. If this was anything else, oh, but hey, we just got to raise the debt ceiling, right? Well, I can't raise my debt ceiling. Hey guys, I know I owe you all this money at the bank, but why don't you just raise my debt ceiling? I'll just print some more money and then everything will be fine. But yes, TLT does look like a stock that is teetering on bankruptcy. How many trillions is our national debt? I forget. Um, some ungodly number. And nobody wants to buy them anymore. Considering the recent FDA approval rejection. Were you talking about tilt or another symbol? I think I get it. The national debt, 32 trillion. More weakness from the electric. Look at this. I mean, what a pounding, and now going sideways again. Looking to take another leg down. Hmm. What's good old Tesla doing today? Pretty much the same pattern. I forget the other symbols. TSLS, is that the short single stock? Yep. Well, that's the bear. Yeah. And TSLL is the bull. Just a lower price stock to trade Tesla. ETF, technically 1.5 shares. Yeah, Calvin, I quit looking at the debt clock because it's just like some weird things have been happening with the debt clock lately too, as well, if you keep up with that thing. I don't know if it's hackers getting in there and putting those images in there or what's going on there, but good for a laugh every once in a while. Yep, interest payments larger than the military budget would not surprise me. Larger than pretty much any budget, you know. Whatever you do, don't repair all the roads, bridges, power plants. Ribbon taking a nice little down move. A little bit fiercer of a bounce. But man, these things are weak today. Pretty weak. What are my thoughts on XLE? Good old energy. Well, nice little bounce off the 200 period here. Nice little V that we put in here. Didn't really give a care about getting through these moving averages here. So things were looking pretty bad. Bounce off that 200, back above all major moving averages now, and looking, you know, first little stopping point. It looks like it's achieved that. Now, maybe it takes a run today or maybe tomorrow. Maybe it gaps up here or opens close and gaps above, and then it's got a new home up here to go sideways on. I mean, last time, supply, supply. Third time might be the charm. And looking at the monthly here, pretty interesting. So if it does get through that area, this could be the new range, possibly. But of course, keep in mind, these are monthly candles, and we've got about, not quite half of the month to deal with, but probably another 2 weeks. And if we get a close above there, it's been unable to do it thus far. All right, Calvin, I see your question there. What are my go-to Windows setups? Pretty much what you see right here on my desktop. I'm a pretty simple type of intraday trader. And if you had to even categorize me further, you'd probably call me a scalper, right? Um, oh, look, another EV breaking down. But this is what I do. I love getting plays like this on plug. Nice little opening range break right here. Now, keep in mind, if something is breaking its opening range, and this one occurred right about an hour into the open, right? It did it up here, but that's a little too early for me. I like to see more of a pronounced pattern and know that it's not just going to bounce right back up. So selling one break, this is a more defined range break here. Now, keep in mind that if something is breaking down or breaking out from its opening range to the downside, it can't get through there without printing a new low, right? So if I was fortunate enough to see plug coming through my low ticker in this 5-minute candle as it just breached the 733 level, I could quickly sum that up and go, ooh, I'm going to go ahead and get short. This would be my risk level, 5, 10, 15. What I do to assess risk, let's say I would have taken this trade, say I shorted it at 730, just for a round number here. My risk would have been 745, okay? I look at the prior 15 minutes, not including the entry candle. So if this guy right here was the entry candle, 5-minute candles, 5, 10, 15, that's why the line's right there, because that would have been my risk. Risk 15 cents. How would it have been working thus far? Well, 15-cent risk, and so far 733 down, so 27-cent profit thus far out of 15. So not quite a 2 for 1, but it looks like it's going to be a 2 for 1 pretty soon, right? I can fit this risk area in there about 2 times. Neo, a good example right here. You know, who knows how long it's going to keep going down when you just have consecutive candles. Now you could always consult the daily, get an idea if you want to go early, but I prefer to wait for a cleaner setup, which occurred right here. Gave the sellers a little break, 5, 10, 15, a 20-minute consolidation. It breaks down again. If I would have taken that one, that would have been my risk right there. So once again, a nice risk to reward ratio. So back to your question, Calvin, stocks hitting lows pointed to a custom list, right? So these two windows are looking at a custom list of about, I don't know, about 100 stocks that I like to trade. These down here are not looking at a custom list, but I'm looking for the same thing. Stocks with downside momentum, stocks with upside momentum. Now in these windows, let me just show you here. It's really simple. Just a new low, but it's only applicable to my favorites. Same way over here. Just a new low or new high. But down here, I'm looking at the entire market, all symbols, but a pretty specific filter set. Stocks between 1 and 50. Got to have relative volume of 3. And I don't really mess about with average daily volumes. I'm just saying, don't care how many shares it averages, as long as it's met this criteria here and is doing already traded 300,000 shares, well, then show it to me, right? And then the exact opposite over here, but to the upside. Now, keep in mind well, that little thing just got up and boogied, didn't it? We're in a down market, currently down about up 1%, been choppy all day and releasing here, but you're still going to find stocks that are going up. Now, would have been nice to have been in that one, but you would have had to be really, really fast. But even in a down market, I'm still going to be shown some stocks that are going up that don't really care if the market's going down, and vice versa on an up day. A lot of the times you'll get the stock that just keeps getting beat down. I would think that this little guy would be halted, but not quite yet. Talk about a low float, you know. Look at that float right there. 600, a little over 600,000 shares, and we typically consider a small float 20 million or less. But as you can see here, more than likely, hasn't been a whole lot of shares come through there. But when your float's only 609,000 and you've traded 837,000 on the day already, it's going to be volatile. You're very welcome, Calvin. Now, that's these four windows, right? Of course, I've got my favorite two races up here. This is my favorites list, which I can just got them all geared up here so that I can quickly click on them. And of course, this is a top list, not an alert window. And it is also pointed to my favorites list. So I don't really have to worry about a lot of filtering or any filtering here, because the columns, which are actually filters, because we can display a filter as a column only if we want to just to glean the value out of it with no min or max. So I could easily go, okay, what stocks are doing the highest 5-minute volume right now? Well, news. And I'm kind of wondering why that. I think this was an obscure stock that I watched one day, and I probably need to go in there and weed the garden a little bit. Um, Not exactly something I would want to be trading today. A little too spotty there, but it is doing some massive volume on the 5-minute level. And of course, it's a micro float too, 500,000 shares. Of course, no surprise to see WHLR. And by the way, 1500, 1600, a value of 100, since this is a percentage filter, is normal. So it's doing 17 times normal on the 5-minute, almost 16 for news. GSAT, that one's fun to trade every once in a while, but still doing over 3 on the 5-minute level. Rumble in the Jungle's been beat down pretty good here, and hopefully it finds some support here, and tussling with the 20 period and the 50 period looming above. And of course, I've always got an alternate chart with tilt and boil, so that I can see when they're getting ready and then pull up either UNG or TMF to make the trade, make the play, getting plugged some more. Yeah, pretty much doesn't matter what electric vehicle stock you pull up today. This is the pattern for it. All right. As they say, time flies when you're having fun. We've already burned through about 45 minutes. And let's just check out the top 10. See what I missed out on here today. Oof. Look at that little guy. Opening candle, not the prettiest uh, pre-market range there. And of course, it did have to expend a lot of energy getting back up to 133. But once it hit that opening range break, about an hour and 10, 133 up to 156. So not a bad percentage move. You would have had to take a pretty decent risk there. But you're still looking at a little over two risk to reward play there. SPR, also an AI trade from today, just kind of range bound. EJH, which sounds like an ETF. It's not something really I would trade. And not really seeing anything to write home about. This race and this top list a lot more conducive in an up market, although they can run without an up market. Can you go over a setup example on tilt? Sure. Okay. So here's the opening candle right here. We just went straight up, but this was the low that was established on the open, right? That's why the line is right there. Now it just happens to coincide with the bottom of the pre-market. So we took a little run up, bumped our heads on the 20 period, and then came right back down. But here is the magic area right here. Okay. Low was put in, high was put in, comes all the way back down, breaks the low. So beautiful short opportunity here at 84.33, not including the entry candle, which was this guy right here. This guy towed the line, 1, 2, 3. Risk level would have been there, and reward level down here. Now, risk level 84.34, 84.53. That was a pretty low risk for tilt. Okay, 34 to 54, let's just call it 20 cents. And currently up at current levels about 30 cents. But down here, 83.85. Still a pretty good risk to reward ratio. And I was in this trade, but I wasn't in tilt. I was in this guy because it's going to move exactly the same as TLT. It's the 3x bull, and it's only $4 and change, and it's a lot more liquid, a lot less whippier than tilt. So when I see tilt setting up, this is what I'm hitting, right? And of course on this one, short level about 412, 1, 2, 3. There's your risk right there. And here's your reward level. So a good 2x or just shy of it. So that's how I do the tilt. And then I'll do the same thing if I see Boyle setting up nicely, which this one, I took a couple of stabs at it. It was just a lot. It's not well behaved today. It's not typically the type of setup that I like to see. But if I was going to trade Boyle, I wouldn't hit Boyle. I would hit UNG. That's its little brother. Now this setup still worked, it's just a lot sloppier. I like to see tighter ranges typically. So Calvin, I hope that's what you were looking for there. And Ribbon, the other EV that's getting a nice beat down today. I remember not too long ago. And Ribbon is definitely a youngster. Okay, this is the whole monthly chart. Let's go back to weekly. And this is what I like to do on a stock with limited trading history. All right, this is all the weeks. And this is where we like to use the old anchored VWAP, right? Oops, anchor to this high candle. And boom, we get the purple line showing us the anchored VWAP levels, right? So if Riven ever does get legs again on the weekly, this is going to be a very interesting level. And if we go back down to the daily, pretty much the same song and dance here. So when you do have stocks with limited trading history, the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading could present a pretty interesting level. All right, good deal, Calvin. Haha, Riven. It's the fallen angel. Are these the wings? I don't know. I've always been the guy having a hard time. Well, I mean, cup and saucer pretty easy, but some of these chart patterns, it's like you have to stand across the room sometimes to see the image. But these EV stocks are just pretty juicy trading today. Speaking of volume levels, only doing one on the relative side. Kind of sleepy on the 5 too. Ooh, here comes the judge, the spy. Oof. Yeah, we may just want to go have a little visit. I mean, that would be perfect if we came down here and sat on the 20 period, which is exactly the low from Friday, right? The Friday, yeah, it was Friday the 13th, last Friday. So that would be another 1.5 on the SPY. Now, today is a very good lesson about trying to force things in all of this right here, right? Yeah, maybe you got lucky and pegged the top on something. Maybe you got lucky and pegged, who knows? But this area was not a whole lot of fun. I mean, I had to be super selective. Otherwise, it's real easy to get yourself in trouble. But it just goes to show you, if things don't look good, and you know if they do or if they don't, but we traders want to, feel entitled sometimes. So you start making trades too early. Before you know it, you've chopped yourself up. You have to spend the rest of the day getting out of a hole. It's never any fun, right? The FOMO will get you every time. But if you just wait, it's like, I don't know if there's any South Park fans out there in the chef song, but you just wait and you wait and you wait and you wait until something presents itself. And today's the classic example. If you waited, some quality setups materialized. If you tried to jump in too early, even in the first 30 minutes, um, it's not very much fun. But every day is different. Sometimes the move is early, sometimes it's late, sometimes it's in the middle. Yeah, who does, Circle? I need smoothness and consistency and clean tapes. Did I hear Barry sneaking in
You
there?
did hear me. You did hear me. And I
Ah,
said you were saying sometimes it does this, and then I said, and sometimes it doesn't even happen.
that's true. That's true.
You wait all day for something and it doesn't happen.
Yeah. And you're like, yeah, I didn't make any money today. But more importantly, I did
Didn't
not
lose any.
lose money.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, what a horrible cliche. Some of the best trades I've taken are the ones I didn't take. Horrible
Yes.
cliche, but so true. So true.
Absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see if we kind of shimmy on down to
No. Yeah.
that 20 period on the daily.
Hmm. You're talking about on the SPY?
Yep, right here.
Hmm.
Looks like a
Yeah,
perfect.
I don't have a 20 on my chart, but yeah.
Yeah, and it would
Hmm.
also be the low of Friday as well, right?
Hmm. Right.
And sitting on the 20 to keep us afloat, you know. I keep hearing everybody talk about, hey, we're at the parachute level, you know. Okay, well, let me know when to jump. Make sure I have a
Yeah.
parachute. But I mean, they're just talking about this little area right here because if we did bust through here, boy, the 200-day
Oh yeah.
is like a
Oh yeah.
siren, you know. But we'll see. We will see.
Yeah. Yeah. We've seen this act many, many times, and it looks
Yes.
perilous, and then all of a sudden, whoops,
Hmm.
you have a day where all of a sudden all heck breaks loose and everything's fine again. Everybody forgets these days. It's amazing, isn't it? Well, as a trader, you have to have a short-term memory. As an intraday trader like you and me, you've got to have a
Correct.
short-term memory.
Okay, I don't think I forgot to answer anybody's questions, Barry.
No, you have to stay for another 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, I'll give you three.
Yeah. How about 2 minutes and 15 seconds? I'm kidding. You can go now.
All good.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, hey, speaking of electric car manufacturers, I guess Mullen's not
Yes.
really doing too well.
Who? Oh, Mullen? Oh,
Yeah,
Muln?
yeah.
No.
Remember,
All-time low again?
it used to be the well, what did Mullen? Oh, did
Oh
this one
my
have reverse
goodness.
splits?
Oh my. Well, they better do one. Otherwise, they're going to be delisted and be
Or,
on the
I
pinks.
mean, really, is that accurate, or is my chart
Well,
not accurate? Because
let me just do a quick look and I'll tell you. My go-to, you're talking about the float, right?
no, I'm just talking about the price action.
Oh yeah, no, it's 33 cents.
But it was really look what happens on my monthly candles. Like, so this
Oh
was
yeah,
kind of
yeah, yeah. But that is reverse split
right, right,
adjusted,
right.
which is
That's
amazing that the float is
mhm,
still 182.
I know.
I see what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah,
they've done, but it's amazing. I mean, it must have been several billion then before.
I guess so. Well, it's not several billion anymore.
No.
All right, Barry,
Oh
I'm
my
going
goodness.
to turn it back over to you, my friend, and
All right. Thank
go
you,
shove some
as
supplements
always.
down.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll talk to you later. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Bye bye. I'll wait for you to grab the screen first, Barry. There you go. Adios.
All right, guys, I'm back. We were just talking about Mullen over in the YouTube room. Wow. That is one big wow, guys. I mean, that is a 33-cent stock. We're talking about the fact that the float is still 182 million. And so, and then when you look at the monthly chart, now I don't, this was never $400 at any point in my, so this must be split adjusted. That means they did a reverse split and got it down to 182 million. Seems very, very strange. Anyway, so you saw that I took a short of EPAC. I stopped myself out. I liked it. I may take a look at it again. Ooh, there's the ACXP. It's teasing here. It's really teasing this area. Why did I take the short of EPAC? Well, first of all, of course, a lot had to do with the market, but obviously has a big, big gap underneath. This was an earnings play yesterday. I don't really recall seeing it yesterday, but this was an earnings play yesterday. And now it's doing what I was hoping it would do. Spread has been a little bit, it's kind of got me a couple of times. It's only 11 cents right now, but I'd rather see it a little tighter. Well, I mean, thoughts on SPR. I mean, look, this market is so weak right now, and you would think at some point that this might get dragged down even further. I mean, it's been fairly resilient though, but it is underneath the VWAP, 2116. It is underneath the VWAP. It's just that it is still a strong stock, up 20%, still a strong stock, and has resisted like a big collapse, even though the market has been, moving down. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I like EPAC. I really like EPAC. I think of course, it has a lot to do with whatever the market's going to do. Had a great day yesterday on earnings, but the spread, I mean, this is my problem right now. 89, 201, 2901. When I got into this one, the spread was only a couple of pennies. I got in at 29 on the short, took myself out with a nickel loss. Well, I'll tell you, the AC XP, I mean, that could be the one later on. If it's been holding six, not badly. The trend is up still. Need some volume to come in. And what traders are looking at, not just today's high, but then they look left 5 days, 4 days, and they see this high of almost 9. What do I think of it? Well, what do I think of AUMN? I sort of discounted it a lot earlier, but it blew right through all the resistance areas that I thought it might. So, I mean, right now it's a chase. Again, when I look at things and when I first saw it, it was right over $1. And I thought, okay, maybe this will drop it or stop it. Maybe $1.15 will stop it. But it's just kept moving higher and higher. Gold company, I guess. Yeah, gold and silver. So I don't know if it's, specific to the metal or there's some news on it. But the volume has come in. You can just see the volume is coming in. I was just going to say, at some point where Morgan Stanley bounced, it finally had a bit of a bounce in 73.38, got up to about a dollar bounce. Pretty brief though, in terms of a percentage move. But yeah, look at the market. Maybe this market will wipe all this out. Why not? I'm going to put a price alert right up here on the SPY, just see if it takes that out. Now, can we believe this? Remember that second, the 1015 candle looked awesome also. Remember that was a nice big green candle, looked like, okay. And then it just completely and utterly sold off. So time is it right now, 105. It still has a lot of time to close. Little about 9.5 minutes to close on this one. So yeah, the more money that you can make just putting your money in the bank and not doing anything, the worse it is for the stock market. So you're talking about the 20-year bond. Again, I don't follow any of this stuff, but 5.24%. This has been sneaky good. This TRMB, guys, TRMB has been sneaky good. I mean, nothing fabulous, but I mean, 50 on a day like today, 50.72 on the alert, 51.03 now. I mean, nothing fabulous. It's not like a big percentage move or anything, but the big deal about this one is if it can take out 51.20, and then the 200-day moving average is right there at 51.73. So I'm assuming that all goes through with servicing the debt, higher the interest rate, servicing the debt, of course. All right, guys, H-band, yeah, a little pop here, moving with the market. I just don't like trading things that move exactly with the market because you never know what's going to happen with the market any second. I mean, this could have a big sell-off, and then you're in something thinking it looks pretty good, and then it just moves with the market. Try to find those alpha stocks, but even the alpha stocks are really tough today. Not a lot of great, from what I've seen anyway, the ones I follow, not a lot of great trend. Well, I'll take a look at MNTS because it is sort of bouncing off four. You know, some of you follow this one, MNTS. But but the VWAP is just above it, 443. The VWAP is just above this. Another regional bank, Key, AEY, probably moving up with the SPY. Yeah, moving up with the SPY. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just really not seeing too much. Look at the SPR. So the SPR. Wow. Okay. Look at this. Go, go, Spy, go, and don't sell off. Don't sell off. You can see the effect it had on SPR. Oh man, I wish that high weren't here. I mean, the SMX. I wish the next high looking left was up at 3. That would be pretty interesting, SMX. But unfortunately, the next high is not that far away. Now, listen, if it can take that out, which is not that far away, I'll put an alert. Who knows? Maybe this will be one of those ones that just wants to keep going for a while. If it takes out that high of 2 days ago, that I'm talking about the SMX. So I'll put an alert around 230 because if it can take that out, then the next high is 3, approximately 3. All right, guys, we have 1 minute left, a little over 1 minute. We have 1 minute right now left for this candle to close. So let's see when the next candle will be critical, obviously, to see if it just gets it all up or do we have a little continuation. So there is that candle, that 15-minute candle that I have my pointer on. What we don't want to see is a giant topping tail. I mean, if this continues, I'd almost love to go long EPAC now. I mean, I had a great day yesterday. Great earnings release. I don't recall seeing it at all, but it had a great day yesterday. All right, so we closed right near the high, and now the next candle, still green. See if we get any sort of a trend for the balance of the day. A little bit of, there we go. Ah, now there's the Winnebago. Remember I was talking about the Winnebago, WGO. Now the problem is that the VWAP is just above it, 57.59. But this is definitely moving with the market, WGO. It is an earnings play. Had a big pop up here. It was very positive for the day, and then it just dropped. All right, guys. Well, maybe this one, WAFD. What's the spread like? Actually, it's not bad. 2603. Moving with the market, though. It's all these are moving with the market. Another earnings play after hours. You can see the reaction. Still negative for the day, but trying to come back along with the market. A little bit above the whole number. Look left. The next high is way up here, around 2680 or so. 2679. So it does have some room, but it's going to be so market dependent. The minute the market stops going up, a stock like this will stop going up, in my opinion. Notice a little topping tail here. I mean, it's I really don't like taking trades like this, that are so dependent on the market. Okay, ACAQ, this is a SPAC that has been crazy in the past. Let's see what it's doing. Halted on the way down, okay. Mm, keep an eye on this second candle, guys. You don't want to see a giant red candle. I mean, depends what way you want to trade, of course, but see, look at that WAFD, basically mimicking the SPY, a little topping tail there, red bar, topping tail here, red bar. Oh my, I remember seeing this one right back here saying this was a tighter spread. The FBYDP, sorry, was a tighter spread than the other one. That then it's this is the preferred share. Doesn't trade very much, but man, just a minute, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'd love to take this e-pack. I just can't bring myself to do it. I mean, it's 2906, 2914. I mean, I don't know how, I mean, it's somewhat dependent on what the market's doing. I'm talking about the EPAC. All right, so maybe this crazy one, this Cosmos Energy, maybe. I mean, you can kind of see on the daily chart, it tried to get up to these highs there. If it can take out 788 or so, I mean, obviously it's got some room up to 823. But again, I'm really grasping at straws here. It's nothing I really want, but I'm just trying to maybe see some opportunities. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be careful if you're going to go into anything right now. You should have a SPY chart up. Okay, especially, especially these banks, anything that usually kind of follows what the SPY is doing. You can see exactly what happened with WAFD. Looked pretty good, didn't it? I mean, it looked pretty good when the SPY was doing this. A little over 26, had some room up to about almost 20, almost 27. But, then the SPY does this, this red bar. WAFD does a red bar, even though it's an earnings play. Okay, and sometimes, the earnings plays will trade on their own, but nope, it's too tied into the financial sector market or ETF, I guess. Usually I do a video, but I'm not even sure what I can do a video on today. So I think I won't do one. All right, guys, I will show you this though. And now we have the official test drive sign up. Okay. All right, so there is a test drive sign up link. Let me click on it. Hopefully it works. Yes. So before I had this more or less a generic one, but this is the actual sign up, okay? So for $11.11, so it starts on November the 6th and it runs until November 20th, okay? So it starts on November 6th and it runs to November 20th. That is 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. It will cost you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. So if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay. So please do not bother our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. How come I don't have any data? That you won't, your live data will not happen until November the 6th, the Monday. You'll have access to the program the Friday before. What's that, the 3rd? Yeah. So you'll have access to the program maybe about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can play around with the program over the course of the balance of Friday and over the weekend. Get yourself accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about. You should do the 10 short videos. Take a look at that. That'll get you started. And we only do this, we used to do it once a quarter. I don't think we're doing it once a quarter anymore, so maybe 3 times a year. So this is a good opportunity to try us out. The other thing is that when the test drive is over, it's over, okay? There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? We don't put you into a subscription. People ask that all the time. What happens? So I have to unsubscribe? Are you going to put me into a subscription? No. We will have a nice promo code for you, so that if you do want to take out a subscription, great. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. So if you think you can afford $11.11 and you've wondered about what Trade Ideas is all about, you can try us out. You will not have now no auto trading, okay? And there's going to be some contests. I actually have a contest link. I know they're trying to create a contest using our simulator. I don't have the contest link right now, but I guess you can read about it here, okay? Well, that is the test drive. So again, if you sign up if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. So guys, any questions? I'm just sort of drifting along here, not really seeing too much that I want to trade. Not with the market the way, even this second, we have to wait and see how big a candle that's going to be. Well, only 30 seconds for it to close. So it's not like a giant red candle wiped out the previous green one. At least there's that. So EH is looking a little bit weak now. Obviously it has got a lot of room. 1875 has got a dollar to the next low looking left. Can it be traded mobile? I mean, it can in theory, but you're talking about like on your phone. Pretty tough. I mean, we do have a web-based version. You can use your browser. Okay, on an iPad. I mean, you have access. Yeah, I mean, you can look at it one of two ways. We do have a web-based version that you can use on an iPad. Okay, just use your browser. We also have this, which is sort of more of at a glance. Okay, so you could have this on your iPad, and this gives you some well, take a look at the market scope first. Excuse me. Oh, let me give you the link for this. This is, if you don't want to download any scans, either my scans or create your own scans or anything, we sort of feed these to you, and you have your choice. So if I change from the open, the biggest gainers today from the open, there's SASI. Yeah, I mean, you still have to know how to trade though, right? I mean, that's the thing. You still have to know how to trade, but you can certainly access something like this on your iPad or any browser. If you're looking for the biggest losers, you can go to the top list section and just these are all top lists, and you can drag. So now again, this is all pre-configured for you. You have a little insert here, so you can pick your time frame on this chart. You have a little insert here if you want it. It kind of shows you what the daily, weekly, monthly gives you an idea. So yes, you can have access to a lot. Here's an alert window. And again, if you can new highs, probably not a lot new highs right now, but you can also drag in the new lows. You just drag it in, and up the top here, it should say something like create a multi-strategy. And of course, it's not doing it. Why isn't it doing it? There we go. So now you've got, and this is a crawl. So now the real-time crawl. So now you see new daily lows on the low side, new daily highs on the high side. Not going to see too many daily highs. Okay, and at any point you want to just stop it. Just click on the alert. If you like what you see and you have an idea about how you want to trade something, then you can trade it. So this is all fed to you, okay? You cannot modify it. In other words, you can't say, okay, I want a different price range. You'll see the price here, though. You'll see the price here. So if you don't like the price range, just don't click on it. So you can have this on your browser, yes. EH guys, okay. EH on the way down. Giving me a little bit. It's giving me a little bit. Get me into the 40s for EH. Now, on your iPad, I mean, you have the ability, or any tablet, you do have the ability for it to look like this, though. Okay, so you can create your own scans if you want. You can take scans from here. You can have the scans that I've created. You can put them, so it'll look like something like this. Okay, so you do have the ability, either what I just showed you, if you don't care, you just want us to feed you the information, or you can take a look. These are all different theme-based channels here, or you can create your own scans if you want, or you can take the scans that I'm sharing and import them into this version. The web-based version, I mean, it's fine. There's some limitations. You don't have access if you care to our simulator. You can't practice trading using our simulator. But other than that, really, it's not bad. I mean, if you only have you know, I if if you have multiple monitors, this is not the way to go because you cannot drag. Like I can do things like this. I have multiple monitors, so I can take a scan and move it to a monitor. But if you just have the one monitor, the web-based version is probably pretty good. So if you do want to create your own scans or have access to my scans, you can use this web-based version. Hey, okay. See, all I had to do was ask. Well, let's keep moving it down. 1940. Now look what happened with the market, guys. Look exactly what happened here. We have that giant, nice big green candle. It's kind of a small red candle, but now this red candle wiping out all those gains. So stocks on my plane today, very few. Very few. I'm in this one right now, this EH short. Took a loss on a small, just keep doing it. 1935. This strategy is tested, it works. I'm kidding, of course. I took a loss on EPAC short earlier. Little bit of a gain on a daily reversal for what was it? DXC. That's it. Just three stocks today. That's it. All right, guys. I've covered some of the EH now. I have an alert set into the 30s. See if it gets down there, but I've covered some. Thank you. Well, no, I went into the 30s. And again, just keeping an eye on the market, guys. I mean, if this candle continues red, you're going to see a lot of stocks that look just like this, red bars. I saw NCLH earlier. I know you were shorting CCL, Katie. I'm assuming you were shorting it. We talked about the cruises early on in the day. Basically following the airlines. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're talking about with the EPAC. It's not moving with the market though, is it? Not really. Aha! A. All right, let me put an alert down in 1930, inducing it downwards. Okay, all-time low. NRIX is an all-time low. Yeah, this is a miss, I guess, for me, obviously. I mean, this one actually was, I guess, pretty good. But even then, got up to 148 and down to 125. So you had some, it all depends on where you put your stop. But the AUMN, I think we had the first alert probably about one on the one break. So I mean, it was good if you could help hold on. I mean, it was awesome if you could hold on. It was 50% move, but I remember looking at it and discounting it because I thought there'd be all sorts of little areas it could stall. But this has been trading really on its own today. AUMN, AUMN. All right, I do see that EPAC is now underneath 29 again. A little wary of it, but let's take a look. What's the spread like? Again, 8-cent spread, 28.92, 29. Another all-time low, guys. CHPT. Look at these EV players or sector stocks. Man. Okay. EH. I was going to say EH hit 1930. Yeah, well, 1925. I'd say this has been a nice trade so far. It takes them out around the 1950 mark, but I say took some out, covered some. So today, to me, well, it's sort of obvious. I mean, you've got to be very nimble. Today is, I mean, I don't go in any trade thinking I'm just trying to scalp it for, 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents. But today is a day in which you've got to be kind of take what you can get. I still go into the trade looking for a one for two, but definitely not hanging around too long. if I could, if I thought this SPY would keep going down, you look at this and go short. Sure, why not short this one? WAFD. Problem is, you might get a green bar and that might pop it up. So, okay, guys. Well, again, any questions, please fire away. Because absolutely not seeing too much. Still in the EH short, but other than that, all right. AMLX. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. AMLX, used to see this one quite a bit. AMLX, underneath the whole number. Next low looking left. Too bad. 1670. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. 1676 is the next low looking left. Because then the next low looking left on the weekly chart, yeah, is about 1530. So, well, there's no such thing as an ideal setup. Okay. I mean, my trading approach is I am a momentum trader. Okay. So that's why you always hear me. Everything I see is there is at a new high of the day or a new low of the day. Okay. That's my style of trading. So when I get an alert, the first thing I do is I look left because I don't usually have to worry about intraday resistance because the stock's either at the high of the day or if I'm shorting at the low of the day. So that's why I just look left. And if I see enough room, in other words, if I see, if I wanted to go long something and I look left and I saw that just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. So for instance, if I wanted to short AMLX, okay, now understand everything I see here, every time I click on an alert, I don't know what I'm going to see on the daily or the weekly chart. Okay. That's why I do have a daily or a weekly. So if I wanted to short AMLX and I would look left, let's say it was down at 17, and I look left and I see that the next low was 1674, too close for me. Okay. I always look left and I say, okay, where could it go until it hits that next low? And for me, if it's too close, then I won't take the trade. But for instance, if that next low had been way down here at say 16 and I'm in at 17, well, then it becomes a candidate. Okay. That's my style. It becomes a candidate to trade, but it's always okay. If I was going to short this one at 17, it's all about, okay, where am I going to put my stop? Where am I going to put my stop if the trade doesn't work? Where do I get out of the trade? So, you know what? It's probably just as, now that it's very slow for me here. Let's do a little money management. That'll give you an idea. Let's say I wanted to take this AUM trade, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy it and then send it. This is in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop. The entry was 146. I'm going to put a stop at 126. I'm going to explain why. When you see the chart, the daily or whatever, you're going to see a approximately minus 100. Okay. So again, the way I trade is that I will have a checklist. Everything must be checked before I'll take the trade. Most of the things are already checked because all my scans are set up to only show me stocks in a price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, a minimum relative volume that I like, things like that. So it's not like I have to. So that's how all my scans are set up. The big deal then for me is to click on the alert and figure out, okay, if I were going to take this trade and I look left, where could it go before it hits that next high? So let's just say for argument's sake, now look on the daily chart. I can't see a next high, right? So that's when I'll look, because here's, again, remember, this is in the simulator. So I'm looking left, I cannot see the next high. Now, could I scroll back and all that? Sure, I could. But now what I do is I'll look left on the daily chart, on the weekly chart to see what the next high is, okay? And again, remember, this is in the simulator. So the next high is 193. Is that right? Let's pretend it is 193 instead of that 168, 169. Okay, let's pretend it was 193. So I could say to myself, okay, there's approximately 40 cents to that next high. As long as my stop is not more than 20 cents, then it becomes a candidate. Why not more than 20 cents? Because when I take a trade, every trade I take, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to be able to, if I check to see, well, if I took this trade, where is my stop going to be? Where am I going to get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working? So I know, so let's just say, and that's why I put it 20 cents away to make this math easy. And so if I looked left and I saw, well, there's at least there's 40 cents until the next high. I mean, that's cutting it really tight. But I could say, okay, I can risk 20 cents with a reasonable expectation of making 40. Okay. Well, I was trying to make the stop. Why that stop level? I was trying to make it the math easy. Okay, Rich. It's not that I would put my stop 20 cents away every trade. I just wanted to make the math super simple, and I'll explain, why I took 500 shares and all that. But let's say that my stop was 20 cents away, and it's wouldn't have been the worst thing if I got in at $1.50 and the low of that the 15-minute candle. Okay, wouldn't have been the worst stop in the world. So let's just pretend that's the way it's set up. And looking left, the next high was 40 cents away. So now, how many shares do I take? Well, again, in the simulator, I always like demonstrating risking $100. So if I have a 20-cent stop and I'm risking $100, and by the way, I try to risk about the same amount every trade. So it's not like I'm risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to have my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in this simulator, I do like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So if I'm going to risk $100 a trade and my stop was 20 cents away, and I just wanted to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So you can see that I don't take the same number of shares every trade. That will be dictated between my entry, the difference in my entry and my stop. So there's a lot going on. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and if you know how to do that, you can put your $100 as your reference. That's what you're going to risk every trade. You put your entry and your stop in, and that'll automatically calculate how many trades you're going to take. Now, listen, if something is super fast moving, I mean, it's obviously a little more difficult, but within reason. And that'll tell you approximately how many trades you should take if you want to risk, that $100. Whatever your account size is. I mean, obviously $1,000 risking on a $5,000 account is not wise. You could blow up your account in 5 trades if you lose them all. So the next step in the simulator, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money live. Okay. And that's why we have a simulator here. All you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading. And if you want to practice swing trading, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, and these are some hotkeys we have. So if I had a series of trades I was in, I could just highlight the one I want and I could flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. I could get it to half my position, or I could double my position. I don't trade options, Rich. So, I'm not an options trader. I'm not saying not to. I just don't trade options. So until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with a live account. Now the problem is with a live account, once you start trading, sometimes, and it's going to happen, you get into a trade, you've followed your rules in terms of the risk reward, it's there. You were able to check every box, so you're able to take the trade, and it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your buy price, and the room is talking about it. Everything looks really good. It even had news. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. It's a bonus, but it's not a reason. And sometimes, you start to second guess where you put your stop. Now, the other thing I would do is putting a stop is sometimes really difficult, especially when you're starting out. Because what I typically do is take a look at maybe a 15-minute chart or no less than a 5-minute chart, and try to figure out where I think there's a support area based on the action at a certain price. Can be pretty difficult when you are starting out. So you might want to maybe experiment with putting your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason being is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork, and just see how that works. Practice doing that. So anyway, you get into the trade, and all of a sudden it starts drifting down towards your stop price, and you start convincing yourself that, well, you know what, I don't want to obey my stop in this one because I'm sure that it's going to bounce back, because too many good things about it. Great setup, news, room is talking about it. I read something on Twitter, all the things that you start convincing yourself that, well, I want to keep in this trade. So now, instead of your manageable $100 loss, no, my risk is getting into the trade. My risk is an expectation of a 1 for 2. It's not always going to work, of course, but it's an expectation of a 1 for 2. Okay, based on my stop, and then looking left, how much room does it have? Okay, a 1 for 2. If I'm risking 20 cents, I want to be able to look left and see that 40 cents away it could get to until it hits that next high. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. I mean, there are many times where I'll only get out as a 1 for 1 or even flat. And just because we want something to happen doesn't make it happen. So you disobey your stop, and now you're down $200, $300, $400, $500 instead of that manageable $100. You sell and you kick yourself. You kick yourself for not getting out with a manageable $100 loss. Those of you who have been in the room many years, you know what I'm going to say next. Almost as bad is if that happens, you're down $500, and then it does turn around, and then you're up, $200, $300, $400. And you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. No, I do not wait for my stop necessarily. I get into, let's say I was really in this trade, and it got up to I'm in this, what I'm in at 147, 146. It got up to 160, 165. Remember, my 2 to 1 is, in theory, would be around 190. And then it starts to come down a bit. I'd probably take some off. Okay. Depending on, especially in a market like today, where, chopping around a lot. No, do I always wait for my stop? No, if I don't like the way something is trading, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do on the trade. So there are times where I'll take a loss, okay, on the trade, but it won't be as big a loss because I'm not waiting for my stop because I'm just not liking the way something is traded. Maybe the trade I'm in is a little more market dependent than I thought it might be, and the market starts to do something crazy. So Marie-Carole Mentor, bonjour, comment ça va? Here's my French for you, Marie. This is in our YouTube room. But of course, that's my style of trading. Somebody else's style of trading could be, you know what? Okay, I don't mind these scans, but what I'd rather do is wait for a pullback, maybe to a moving average or maybe to the VWAP or something like that. I'm not a pullback. I mean, doesn't mean I never play pullbacks, but I don't have scans that are designed for them. Okay, but there are many people that don't like to take trades just because they're at the high of the day. And understand, it's not just because the stock's at the high of the day. I mean, if it makes a high of the day and it's 15 straight 15-minute candles up, of course I'm not taking it. But my ideal situation would be, sure, it's near the high of the day. Maybe it's based a little bit, maybe 2 or 3 candles, and then it pops through the high of the day on some volume. That'd be my ideal. Okay. And, with the room looking left, it has room to run before it hits the high. That's why you keep hearing me. Every time I click on an alert, I'll say, I don't like what I see looking left. I'm very selective. That does not mean that it won't keep running. AUMN is a great example. I think I saw this one back here around 120, and I didn't like it because, when I looked left, I thought I saw something on the weekly chart that I thought might stall it. Doesn't mean what I think is, could happen is going to happen. So I am yes, I am a breakout momentum trader. Yes. Or breakdowns. Okay. On the short side too. A lot of what you can do, I mean, I'm not in many trades at the same time. Usually no more than two. Okay. Most of the time it's just one. But what you can do, let's just say I was in this trade again for real. Okay. The AUMN, I'm in at 146. And so I could it's going to be hard to see, but I can do it on the daily. I can't, I can do it on the weekly chart. You can start to put some levels on the chart, which are the one for two. Okay. So if I'm in this one at 146, so and I'm risking 20 cents. So I need 96, right? 40 cents away. So I could put a line. Okay. Right click on our markup. I could put a horizontal line. That would be my one for two if it could get there. I could also put a price target. I don't typically do price targets, but I could add a target order and put that as my one. In fact, that's probably a good way to do it, at least for the one for two. That just gives you a line on the chart that tells you where your one for two is. Okay. And then what you can do is then, excuse me, that's 40 cents, but now every 20 cents, another 20 cents on top of that would be a one for three. 20 cents on top of that would be a one for four. Makes sense? You're risking 20 cents to make 40 cents, and then 20 cents to make 60 cents. So the first one would be the 40 cents. That's the 1 for 2. Then you could start putting little lines on your chart. So for instance, let's just say for argument's sake, it broke above my 1 for 2, and now it starts approaching the next. Let's put that line. I think that'd be say 220. So if it got up here, that would be a 1 for 3. But let's just say it stalled right in between, and it started moving back down to my 1 for 2. Almost 100%, I would take some off. Okay, almost 100%. Not necessarily, not all, and don't ask me what percent. A lot of it is a bit of a feel, but if it got over the 1 for 2 and got into and then it was in between the 1 for 2 and the 1 for 3, and then it starts moving down to the 1 for 2, I would take some off personally. That's why there's a lot to trading. This is not easy, and this. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think this is. Once you do this method, for me anyway, it's not. It becomes fairly natural, but that's why you've got to practice trading. No, we don't have that, Rich. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. Then when you get into a day like today, like this is for me, this has been a very difficult day to trade because the market has been so choppy. Even though a lot of the things that we see aren't that beholden to what the market is doing within reason. But this is, look how choppy this SPY is. You know, topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. Very, very difficult, guys. So, when I get into a day like today, I just sort of sit back. Oh, I'm sure we'll. Yeah, just not showing up on my scans because it's under 3, so it's just not showing up. But you're right. I mean, there's no question. AEHR. Okay, thank you. You want to see those A? You'll never let me forget that, will you? So, guys, I usually shut down around 3 o'clock. The room will be kept open though by William until about 4:15. Okay. When I say I shut down, now I'll always stick around if there are questions, but I usually end up, getting off the mic and stop my screen sharing at about 3 o'clock Eastern. But William will keep the room open until 4:15. I almost hesitate showing you guys this one, but MNTS is making a move. Making a move right there. A little bit of volume coming in. Hit a high up here at 546. Came all the way down to 385. Really tough. The VWAP is at 442, so it's maybe struggling to get through the VWAP. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, in case I thought the VWAP would stall it. So the EH trade that I took is sort of a reasonable explanation. I took this just underneath 20, around the 1985 mark. And when I looked left, when I saw this, and I love the whole number breaks, and I look left, and what do I see? 1867. So, I mean, I put a 15-cent stop. I have to have an expectation of making at least 30 cents. Of course, it was there. I'm never saying it's going to get down to 1872. Never. But I mean, that is the next low. So that will get me into a trade. I'm out of it now, of course, but that worked out pretty well. Got all the way down to 1926, or sorry, 1930 or so, 1929. You're more than welcome, Tony. Mucking it here with Mux guys. So, I mean, it's got room, obviously a little bit of room. I mean, there you go, 752. So about 30 cents. If I put my stop at the whole number, 16 cents, it's not quite there. So it prevents me from getting into this one. When you start looking at charts, thousands upon thousands of charts, and that sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. You'll be amazed how many charts, especially if you're doing something like this 4 or 5 hours a day. I realize not everybody is going to do that, but in a couple of weeks, you'll have looked at probably a couple thousand charts, believe it or not. Certainly in a month. And then what happens is you just start to size things up pretty quickly. Well, Marie, I don't, you said bonjour, but nothing afterwards. So I don't know if you're still around. You can ask a question. Do it in English though. My French is not bad, but somewhat limited. How about PRDO? PRDO? Well, it's been on a run. Never, I didn't see this one. Oh, you see, again, the reason I don't see some of these, the volume is too light and the relative volume. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3 relative volume. Okay. Doesn't mean this is bad, just that I'll never see it, but it's, it's not bad. I mean, it's an education stock. It's within the upper, within, in the range of its lifetime high in the upper 90%. But does that mean take the trade now? And well, I wouldn't. I mean, it's too, you're sort of chasing it, but yeah, I would never see this stock because again, the relative volume is too low and the volume itself is too low. So my scanner, I have to have a certain amount in each one. Well, let's just for fun take a look at Alcoa. So they release after hours. Now it's hard, because I mean the market's been is down all day. So it's hard to know what bets are really being placed. The bet before yesterday was, maybe earnings are going to be okay. And by the way, I do not trade earnings. I do not take a stock ahead of earnings. I would not look at Alcoa and go, you know what? I've been reading all sorts of great things that they're going to have blowout earnings. They're going to be guiding better, et cetera, or in the next quarter, well for the next quarter. I never take a trade based on that. I don't mind waiting the next day and trading it the next day. And sure, do I miss out a big gap that could have happened? Absolutely. But it's for me, it's way too much of a gamble to try to like to try to guess if like what the reaction. It's not whether earnings are good or not, because you can look at an earnings release and it could looks fantastic. Revenue's up, revenue quarter to quarter are up, everything looks good. Even they guided well. Doesn't mean that the market is going to reward them. So I always wait for the release, and then I can figure out if I want to trade it afterwards. Now here's another one that's been pretty good. Again, I won't see it because the relative volume is 1. So now you might be sitting there saying, well, why don't I just reduce the relative volume so I can see these? I could do that, but for every one of these that does this, there could be 10 that don't, and I'll get overwhelmed with so many different alerts. So there's always going to be a trade-off by firming up your filter values. Firming up meaning putting, higher filter values. So you're reducing the number of alerts you get. All right, guys, 2:22, so I have a little over half an hour left. I mean, this one has been sort of decent, FFIE, sort of decent. I mean, it's got the room. I remember looking at this one earlier. I mean, it's got room to 217. It's above that high right there. So, I mean, in theory, it does have some room. Volume is coming in a little bit, but I just don't like, even it's been a bit choppy, and I just don't like the way the market is. So, but they went almost an all-time low, guys. So, remember how cannabis was going to lift the whole market? Let's take a look at MSOS. I think Katie was trading that one earlier, but just take a look at what it has done, since those highs up here. This is the cannabis ETF. So October was sort of the day, the week, the month, the day, the week, the month that the DEA was going to make some kind of a decision about what classification or how they would classify cannabis. I think what you guys call your schedules. Am I right? Or is that still on? Does anybody know? Because I could have sworn, because these weeks here, everybody thought, okay, it's done deal. And then since then, it's dropped a third, and probably every cannabis stock has probably done the same thing. All right, this one's sneaking in here. ALBT, just over $1. So let's see what it's doing. Let's see, does it have any room to run before it hits the next high? See, to me, no. There's $1.13 on that weekly chart. Now, listen, if you told me I could take all like a lot of shares at $1 and it would get right up to $1.13, of course. But it's just not the way I trade. All right, guys, let's take one last look at my homepage and the information you can find, hopefully tomorrow. But next week we have a ton of earnings plays. Okay, so next week it should not be boring no matter what. We've got about 500 companies releasing earnings next week, so should not be boring. So there's my homepage link. Click on it, and this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. Again, you can use. Let me put in the promo code you can use. Obviously, a better one. But obviously, I keep saying obviously. So there is a promo code you can use to get 25% off. Okay, the spooky 25. So don't use the berry 15. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. There's the getting started. You have to do the getting started. So if you're going to take the test drive, that you should do the getting started. I mean, you don't have to worry about the download and install and your first startup and login yet, but you know, understand what the toolbar can do, the different layout styles, but more importantly, the introduction to scans, what a top list window is, and what the alert windows are. Okay. Now, don't come in. You're going to take this test drive. Don't show up November the 6th, Monday morning, without any knowledge at all about trade ideas. Okay. You'll have access to well, you can do it right now, even if you're going to take it. Just take a look at what this is. And then again, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, there's a series of videos you can take a look at. It's all free. Talk of the day. I didn't do one today. Trade of the week. It is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And the education. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at the user guide. You don't have to learn everything in the user guide. But there's that getting started again. I would take a look at alert windows, top list windows. You want to find a little bit more about the stock racing and price alerts. Learn how to put a price alert on a chart. It's super simple to do. Okay. So as always, if eventually you take out you're going to want to take out a subscription, if that happens, all I ask is that you use my promo code. Okay. Come into the room, either save my homepage link, and then you'll be in the room, and then you can use that promo code, whatever the promo code is. Obviously, use Spooky 25 now. It'll help the room immensely. Okay, we're trying to keep this room free. It is a free room, but there is a cost associated with having a room that's free. So the more people that use my code to take out a subscription, the better it is for the room. Okay. And again, if you click on my homepage link, then if you scroll down a little bit, here are my scans. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do change them up from time to time. Of course, all these will be available. Well, they're available right now, but during the test drive, you'll have access. I'll probably create a little layout for the test drive, and you'll have access to. And the earnings plays up and down. I'll probably open this one up for next week. Okay. Right now, is no point. There's not very many earnings plays, but next week I'll probably open that one up. No Otmo shorts. Otmo. Where are you seeing Otmo and what is it doing? OTMO? Autonomo. Right into the 200-day. 23,000 for me at Interactive Brokers. So should I be shorting this one, William? Are you advising me to short this? Hmm. Coming into the 200-day, 582. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is showing up. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now I see. Pretty tough spread right now. 559, 572. Spread tightened. So if you've been able to take that, yeah, you would have done okay. I didn't even see this is late. Normally we don't get too many late ones on the daily breakouts or the breakdowns. Usually that'll happen in the first hour or so. Same thing though. Where could it go? So at 575 on the alert, first thing I look at the 200 day. So I would never take the trade. Never, 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 never take the trade, even though it's coming in from, one of my two favorite scanners on the upside and the downside, because the 200-day moving average is right there. That could stall it. Look what it did. You got up to 580, and there's the 200-day moving average at 582. Doesn't mean it's going to stall it forever. And it didn't mean that it was going to stall it. I mean, it could pop right through it, but I would have to wait for a break. This is an Israeli stock, so they're saying the company does not believe the recent war in Israel will have material import on ongoing ops in Israel. So this is an Israeli stock. Cloud-based services. Let's see how much this 200-day moving average blocks it. I mean, I know it poked its head above it, but this is the area, as Real would call it. This is the area of the 200-day moving average. That blue line. Now look at it, man. Wow. I mean, that was big flash down, flash up. Probably the spread is what is the spread right now for this OTMO? Yeah, it's not a great spread right now, 46.62. For a $5 stock, that is it's tightening up a little bit, but again, this is Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Would have been a nice short for you if you had been, well, you were gonna wait for 597, which didn't happen. So look at the power of the 200-day moving average so far, guys. That blue line right there. I'm not a big indicator guy, but this is the most widely followed indicator out there, the 200-day moving average. Well, I think it is anyway. The other one, I believe probably second might be the VWAP. I can't wait to turn off my computer after today. This has just been a terrible choppy day. One decent trade for me, the EH short, and that was it. Well, at least the unemployment stats are in at 5:30, right? Or 8:30 Eastern time. So that'll be before the market opens. So we'll get that out of the way. I don't really. I mean, the FOMC speakers. Oh, is Powell? Is that so? The minutes also, just the minutes, or does he have a presser at 2:30? Typically, I don't find it that challenging until you get close to the 2 o'clock. If Powell is talking tomorrow, or the minutes, and then at 2:30, is there a presser? No FOMC. Okay, thanks. So Powell, you're saying is talking, but it's not. Thank you, Real. So yeah, we have the unemployment, but we get rid of that at 5:30. Or sorry, 8:30 Eastern time, my time, 5:30. Guys, what might be sneaky at the end of the day here is this SMX. This is out of Dublin, I think. Yeah, Dublin. Um, could be sneaky. You can see where it is right now. 230 is the next high looking left. It tried a couple of times, did not take it out. But if it can take out that 230, maybe this has an end of day move. Now the relative volume is terrible. Now, so that's the only scan that I have that doesn't have any relative volume, and that is the don't that's the reversal, daily reversal. Okay, that's the only one. I'm more interested in seeing what they look like, but that volume is pretty bad. But man, it's too bad because you can see if it can take this out, then the next high looking left is way up here, almost $3. What are my 200? It's the 200 period on the daily chart. Okay, Troy, just a standard 200 period on the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. Just the standard. Simple, not exponential. And you never know, maybe the ACXP gets back over 6 and has a end of day run. You never know. I wouldn't bet the farm on that though. This one, this EPAC, it 29, this is the tightest the spread it's been in a while, 29.17, 29.20. So it's not caring so much about what the market is doing. It cares more about the reaction it had to earnings yesterday so far. But I mean, again, do I want to take this now? No. So look at this, guys. I mean, oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry, wrong. I thought the time was 1:13, but so the last alert we had in the momentum scan was at 2:37, not that long ago, 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. Yeah, it's a tough spread now. Look at that. I mean, 226, 232. I mean, that's just too wide for a $2.30 stock, in my opinion. Now, if it moves, 50, 60 cents, it won't matter, will it? But we don't know that. If this were earlier on in the day, though, I mean, I mean, just look at the room, but the volume is just not really there. 257,000 shares, only 30% of normal. Trend is up, though. You can see the trend is up. Higher lows being made. Man, oh man, going the way of going the way of BlackBerry, guys. Look at Goose, Canada Goose, almost an all-time low now for Canada Goose. Has earnings on the first, such as they're going to be. But anyway, yeah, Canada Goose, GOOS, almost an all-time low. This must be the all-time low down here, 1267. That's why I have in my daily on my single stock window, I've got the lifetime range. And you can see it's like 0.1%. So I mean, that means, take the whole lifetime range and it's almost right at the bottom, which looks like 1268. I got to put an alert there, maybe for tomorrow. Maybe it, yes, I remember this, a $70 stock back in 2018. Don't think it was any higher. I think that was its IPO. I remember the IPO, 2017. Well, guys, I mean, the SMA, actually, the spread tightened a little bit, 230, 235. I mean, this, has a shot. Doing something a little bit crazy at the end of the day, I guess. So guys, let me wrap this up now. Look, if there are questions, I'll stick around, but I might just wrap this up right now. I don't see any other questions. William will keep the room open until 4:15. Who knows? Maybe I'll pop in for Alcoa. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now for the people who are on YouTube, I will give you the link to get into the main room, the main trading room. So if you do want to head over there, the balance until 4:15. Right now it's 10 to 3. Yeah, look at this SMX guy. It's just kind of inching its way up. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now, and the room will still be open. I'm going to stop the screen sharing. So I will get back on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I will shut you down now.